Hello again, Struckwap. I'm back after a long break of not streaming for a few days. I think it's like 8-9 days. And I've seen some interest in my Warhammer Chaosbane videos recently. And yeah, I'd rather log in, play some Chaosbane. If there's viewers who wanna group up, feel free to. By the way, I've got a link for everyone regarding some news, some things that are probably helpful information for everyone. Basically, it's the next steps in the Warhammer Chaosbane roadmap, because the roadmap only set until the Forges update, and the old roadmap that was released last year was all the way until the Forges. So after the Forges, they're planning on doing something called the Tower of Chaos, which they haven't said what it is, but my guess is it's gonna be some sort of survival mode. This is just me guessing, so take it with a grain or two of salt. So we'll see what it is, but I'm excited because it just sounds like a proper survival mode. Um, but yeah, they're also planning on reworking the relic hunt mode, and their goal is to add more depth and make it a more unique experience overall compared to the other endgame content. And they're going to be introducing new enemies into Chaosbane, implementing systems that will allow us to swap visuals between gear. So that's exciting, remodeling, etc. So I'm looking forward to the updates. Let's see how it is. In the meantime, I'm gonna just log in now into the game, and if you have any questions regarding any build or you wanna team up, let me know. I'm gonna give you a link to my Steam friends. And someone was asking about a lesser build, so I'm gonna quickly log on my lesser just to show them what I've got over there myself. And as for the Steam friend link, I'm gonna quickly grab it. Friends, invite, copy. So there's my Steam friend link. If anyone wants to add me, I'm gonna post it in the chat in a moment. There we go. So this is the link. With this link you can add me on Steam. So let me see, is that my Deadly Glow? So that's my summoner build. This is what I'm running right now. Let me show you the god skills, because that's the important part. So that's the typical classical summoner setup with some changes. So it's again kind of the assassination build, but I'm not going here for this assassination, and I'm not going here for that extra crit damage, but the extra crit damage is also worth taking. Right now you can see with this build I've got 246 crit damage, 50 damage flat, which also is good. So it's pretty nice, and 14 armor piercing, and this crit damage I have confirmed works on the pets. And I went over here for that extra crit damage. I normally didn't go there, and I just took that extra cooldown reduction here, which is optional. I mean, I don't think there's anything better to take with that last point. So that's my typical standard build, slightly reworked for a little bit of extra crit damage. And 42% is not that little of a crit damage boost. And I took that instead of going this route. I normally would go 1, 2, 3 here for that cooldown reduction. But then I realized, why not remove those 3 points, and instead of going here for that extra damage, rather go here, take that crit damage, bit of extra energy on the way, and with the last point some cooldown reduction. This is how you squeeze a lot of damage. It doesn't have that much survivability because I didn't take something like Queen's Wrath, but it's still a summoner build. You're not supposed to be taking much damage yourself. So if someone wants to see it, I'm gonna do a quick run. And mind you, my legend level is super high. I've been grinding a lot, so this is why I'm probably that, what's it called, tanky. See, I've put 20% chance for 30% less damage on the enemies, then 35% chance for extra 20% less damage taken, and then I even did this thing here. Damaging enemies has a chance to make more damage for a few seconds. Ideally, you don't want to spread yourself out too much. So ideally you would either be using crushing or reinforcement until you get at least level 100 and something. Once you get 100 and something legend rank, you can try and push into spending your points in another places. Let me quickly check what difficulty is this. Chaos 9. Okay, Chaos 9. Let's do a relic hunt. Cinch, probably not good to do Cinch because crit chance reduced, cooldowns decreased, but let's do that one. That one seems like a good one. By the way, the easiest thing to farm is Act 2. Act 2 and maybe Act 1 are the easiest ones to farm. So if you can roll for those, it's not gonna be a bad idea. So you can see the summons are the ones doing the damage, I'm just dodging around and doing some traps every now and then. And the big damage comes from this guy, from the god skill. What's it called? Wild Incarnation, that's where the big damage comes. And I can tell you, I've seen him do, with the duelist chain reaction, I've seen him do up to 60 million crits. I'm still probably gonna die if I'm not careful, because this map, all the bleeding on the ground is just killing me. But dying doesn't hurt me, it doesn't hurt my rewards, I don't care if I die as long as I've got God to revive. But yeah, you need to keep the summons alive. And this map is not really good for summoners because they're gonna get one shot in those blood pools. But it's RNG, it's completely RNG, and I think they're really reworking that game mode would be great, and they did right that they wanna rework it. And thank you for the auto host XGN Messiah 4. Thank you for the auto host on Mixer. So I'm looking forward to see how they're gonna rework this. What I really want to rework is the map modifier. Some of the map modifiers are just plain silly. Plain silly, one-shotty, annoying, just not fun to play modifiers. They really need to do what... I think some examples of games that did map modifiers well would be Grim Dawn, Wosen, Last Epoch. That's examples of hack and slash ARPGs that managed to do very well on the different map modifiers. Because right now, taking 47,000 damage from just this butt pool while I'm inside it, it just doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. I mean, I can do a lot of damage with my summons, but I'm getting like 3 shot, 4 shot. The modifiers I'm doing right now, pool bullets regularly appear on the ground, which is the one that's killing me. This one is not bad, this one is not bad. But this one, pools of blood regularly appear on the ground, is super badly balanced. Well, in Diablo 3 the damage over time pools are not that bad. I've done Diablo 3, and in Diablo 3 it's super easy to make a tank build, and if you have a monk in the party, it's super nice. In this game it's kind of a bit too ridiculous. I mean, there's ways of doing damage over time, and then there's this thing. Hey Spawnless, yeah, I'm still alive. I just I didn't feel like playing any PC game. I was not on my PC for 9 days. I just couldn't get myself to log on the computer. I didn't have motivation because I was disappointed by every single game there is on my PC. Like, it's either gonna be too grindy or not rewarding enough or very badly balanced or any other problem, and it just didn't feel fun to play those games. But I saw some interest in my Chaosbane videos, so I decided to just log in, have a chat with the viewers, offer some tips, advice. And Necro86, welcome dude, nice to see you. But yeah, the big problem for Chaosbane is they just need to rework some of the stuff regarding the map modifiers. They have good ideas, but some of them are badly executed. And in a way, balancing needs to be done well. Also, thank you for the follow very much on Twitch. I just am not seeing who did it. Necro86, thank you for the follow very much, dude. Welcome to the Struck Club. So if anyone wants to team up after this map, I can go on my Slayer, because it's my most damage dealing character. With Elessa there's ways to get survivability, but you need the health regeneration stuff. With the summoner build you just need to stay out of danger, which is not that difficult, depending on the map modifiers. Some maps would be counters to a summon build, like maps with AoE would kill your summons, which means you're gonna do less damage. Because if you're using deadly tips, this dagger, the more summons you have, the more damage. By default we can get 10 summons, excluding procs. Excluding procs, that's 10 summons, that's 300 extra damage. If you use the other dagger, which is this one, Tireless Guardians, you can get a stack of 2 times 200 for 8 seconds, but then you have to wait for this to cool down, so you can... It's kind of difficult, you have to time it very well. You dodge through one of them, you wait a few seconds, you dodge through the other, and then you can kind of have it on a roll. It's a little bit more difficult to play with that one, but the Tireless Guardians works well with another build that I'm gonna quickly show you as a suggestion. I'm not gonna replace that build, maybe. I'm just gonna quickly show you the skills that I'm thinking of. I tested it like a few weeks ago, probably a month ago I tested it. And it worked well. It was a build where you're relying on poisoning and slowing the enemies, and your summons doing more damage to poisoned and slowed enemies, and having poisoning summons as well, not those physical damage summons I'm using. It worked okay, not as good as this one, but it did work. Alright, let's go grab the... Okay, green drop. Green drop on the first map. But yeah, this is a hard counter for me on this build. If I was on a health regeneration build, I wouldn't care much about what's happening here. Okay. So with the summoner build, I would suggest go stick to Chaos 8 or 9. Chaos 8 or 9, but make sure you're not doing counter modifiers. Eternal Queen gauntlets. That's actually nice. Let's see my Eternal Queen. Eternal Queen. What's that one? Eternal Queen. So this one's a good one. 40% crit damage, flat damage. So it's perfect. The only thing it's missing is health regeneration. Because my Eternal Queen is stuck in health regeneration. So that's a good drop. So the build I was talking about. And yeah, I do have spare build. Feel free to add me on Steam. This is my friend Link. I've got spare gear. And yeah, I can make new trap builds. If there's interest, I can make new ones. Basically, there isn't much that changed, but physical builds might be a little bit more powerful now. If you want to see what I do for my trap build, I can show you. This is what I do for my summoner. Where is it? This is for the summoner what I've got. And I'm using Duelist Chain Reaction because I found that crit damage helps the summons. When I made my summoner build video, I was saying that crit damage doesn't help the summons because they decide to do something very weird. Pet damage is always yellow, regardless whether it's a crit or not, it's always yellow. So that's a little bit misleading because you don't know whether the pets are critting or not. The game doesn't give you this information. So padded armor is something I take on almost every build now. This is a lot of damage reduction, up to 40% damage reduction. It's just too good to miss out on it. So you can see it's slightly different than what I normally do for the pets. The other build is taking this Defiler's Reckoning and taking this one. Or this one, but I think this one 40% extra damage to Sword, Poisoned and Rooted is nice. And this one is 5 Dryads. So you're not going this route here, you're not taking those skills. So it's basically something like going there, maybe going there, maybe going there, there, and what else can we take here? I mean, the other Wasp point is kind of optional, but this won't give you as much crit damage. This won't give you as much crit damage, but this is another version of a poison build. So, pet build. So, with that one, you're still using the Wild Incarnation. And I don't know, the other point, the last point is just take whatever. So this is the other version, and for that one you might wanna, as I said, use this one, and now you've got 31 points. So you can use the passive here and then use this passive, and then you've got 6 points, which means you have to get some poison stuff. You need some more poison, and if you need more poison, one option would be probably Poison Trap would be nice, or Poison Master Archer, but with the Poison Master Archer it's gonna be a bit difficult to go for it. You might have to remove this one. Removing this one and taking something else, like maybe a little bit of crit chance or whatever, would work okay. So I would suggest probably going for the Poison Trap, which would be... where was it? It's gonna be this one, but again you might have to remove that one. So either this needs to go poison and you need 2 more skill points, which means removing this passive or downgrading something else. Like when I'm going for damage I go for this, when I'm going for survivability I go for this. And I suggest go for survivability if you're doing Chaos 8 or 9. For Chaos 7, 6, 5 you can go for extra damage for speedrunning, but you need that healing. And now you've got the points and you can either do... where did my... you can do Poison Spinning Blade as well, but you don't have enough cooldown reduction, at least I don't. So I'd suggest going for this one. Poison Trap every 4 seconds. That's one option. Another option would be to get that for damage reduction, or you can just do this one. It's just optional. So for the trap build, someone asked me about trap build also. The link doesn't work. If the link doesn't work, let me quickly give you my Steam profile. Just a second there. I'm gonna open my Steam profile and let you add me. And then I'm gonna show you the trap build. In the meantime, before I out and tap, I'm gonna open my trap build. Eternity trap build. So these are the skills I've used the last time I played the build. You might want to copy that. I'm not sure what I had here. I don't remember if that was a finished build, but this was what I had on my trap, and this is the god skills I was using on my Eternity trap build. So it was kind of stacking damage reduction. Physical, health regeneration, damage reduction. So it's something I was experimenting with. It wasn't that bad. So feel free to copy this. I'm gonna out and tap quickly and give you my Steam profile so you can add me. So this is my public profile. Feel free to add it. Alright, I see the invitation, accept. And now let me quickly open the game to the public so you can join. Or I might as well send you an invitation, but before I send an invitation, and for the trap build, this is what I'm using: executors, symbiosis bow, and the trap set with damage and HP, damage and HP, damage and HP. For the rings, I would suggest cooldown reduction because you want to be spamming traps. So probably rings like not old ring of dexterity. By the way, don't mind this ring. I was only using it because I didn't have a better one. You need rings with cooldown and crit chance. So the rings I was mentioning in my trap build video and the amulets are still the same. You want Amber Talisman, you want probably Ring of the Guardian, and something like Old Ring of Resonance, a good road Old Ring of Resonance goes very well with the trap build. If you don't have a good Ring of Resonance, something like what was that one with the damage? This one, Untamed. Untamed, they added extra cooldown, but you need to be picking Bloodlust Orbs. They made the Bloodlust Orbs spawn more, so it's a bit okay, but I think they need to increase the orb pickup radius. I think when you're wearing Untamed Ring, or the other one that was dependent on orbs, I think the player's orb pickup radius needs to be increased. So I've written this as a suggestion if I remember. So there's this one. Iron Bark is the other one. So two rings that now depend on Bloodlust or pickups. So when you have one or two of those rings, you need to have increased radius to make it synergized. So I'm gonna quickly change to Bragi. Actually, no. Let's stay on Elessa because you wanted Elessa gear. I'm gonna stay on Elessa and I'm gonna invite you. I just need to open the game to the public. So, online game, open private game, make game public. Okay, now I need to invite you through Steam because the in-game invitation is kind of broken, so the best way to invite people is from the Steam friends list. Just a second. So, where is it? Friends. And invite to lobby, there we go. Alright, now he should be joining my game. And let's see the messages. And Xenomorph is on Xbox. I won't be able to give you gear because it's not crossplay. It's not crossplay, unfortunately. But I hope this helps you for the trap build. And Root Foxes finally catching my stream. Army Guy quote. Yeah, I definitely was a pure offensive build on that Elessa build earlier. So feel free to type in game. Let me quickly scroll up what you needed. Spare gear to give on Elessa Summoner build. Elessa Summoner build spare gear. Let's see, I gave a lot of my spare gear a couple of weeks ago. So there's probably not that much left, but there should still be something left that I can give you. Okay, so most of my lesser gear is here. This one, do I need it? I guess I probably don't really need it that much. Okay, I can give you this one. But yeah, I gave most of my old stuff away, but that doesn't mean we can't farm some stuff together. Starlight, what's this one about? This one was my counterattack item. HP, resistance. Alright, I don't think I need this. Packed bow. This is my old packed bow. with... I'm not sure whether I probably should have been using this bow, because it doesn't have HP. That's probably why I wasn't using it. It doesn't have HP. It's better with the damage, but no HP, and I think I needed it. Alright, so that's some items I didn't need. I can also give you my Oath Ember Talisman if you needed it. Although I'm not sure why I was saving this. Let me quickly confirm. Oh yeah, this Amber Talisman I'm saving for my other build, for my health regeneration setup. Okay, so I'm gonna keep that. But let's see what I don't need. I think this Wild Hunt Talisman is still broken, and pets, God skill pets, don't do more damage. I don't need that one. I don't need that one. And let's see what else. Ring of the Guardian, Ring of the Guardian. Oh, I don't need this one, but I don't think you need it as well. And let's see, there were some Rings of Resonance. Piercing, crit chance, damage. Cooldown, but no damage. Piercing, crit chance, damage. 3.587. Right, you can have this one if you need it. And then resistance. 5.1, 8.7, 23. You can have this one. Okay, I think that's it for the LS items. I'm gonna quickly go on Bragi and I can invite you again, because it's just easy to play on Bragi. My Bragi is a bit more defensive, but it still does a good damage. And I'm still trying to push Bragi to the limits. I'm trying to find new items with more counter-attack damage, because with Bragi you can get roughly around 40% more counter-attack damage, maybe even more, maybe 60-70% more counter-attack damage than before with the new items. That means everything needs to change. All the items. See, this old Grudge Holder, 995 counter-attack damage. And if we go to a new weapon, let me quickly just let me quickly invite you again. And yeah, I can play Borderlands 3. I can probably do Borderlands 3 tomorrow. Root Foxes. We can do some Borderlands together. Thankfully, there's crossplay between Steam and Epic. Oh, and sorry, I didn't see that this image was here. I've just noticed that I've kept this image on the screen. Pardon me for that. This was the image I wanted to show everyone, and I forgot to remove it. So yeah, let me quickly invite him again. Friends. So as I was saying, the counterattack damage can go much further now. So I'm gonna try and show you an axe that has the new counterattack damage bonuses. Before, an axe could go around 1100. Now an axe I think can go up to 1600 or something like that. Well, I probably gave away the axes with a lot of counterattack. Let me see. So 1046, this is a legacy item before the increase. So I think it can go up to 1600 if I'm not mistaken. You can see you can see a two-handed weapon can go up to 3200, so a one-handed weapon going to 1600 is not too far off. So roughly 60% extra counterattack damage that you can get from items. I'm gonna play on this build, the Strike of the Anvil Heroic, so I could give my teammate damage reduction. Just gonna quickly check my legendary rank, 2 unspent points. Let's get a little bit more damage reduction. So here I'm taking a lot of damage reduction, 20, 30, and then even some more. We're gonna be doing Chaos 9. And it's Nurgle. If you want invasion, let me know, we can do some invasions. If you want invasions, this guy has pushed them pretty far. I think my invasion rank on this guy is maybe 46 or 44, whatever, I need to check. So this is not the most damage set. I'm not going for the damage set, I'm going for more damage reduction with this setup. If I switch my sets and just transfer over the gear, I'm gonna be doing more damage, but the crits are still good, the crits are still pretty high. I'm just going for more cooldown reduction because I don't have enough cooldown reduction in my items still. This has been my biggest problem, getting good items with cooldown reduction. I did get that perfect fiery ring of Tori last time I played. I got this ring of Tori, I think. Cooldown crit chance on a ring of Tori, which has been what I've been trying to get since the game exists. Since last summer I've been trying to get a good fiery ring of Tori, and I finally did get one like a couple of weeks ago. But accessories are the hardest ones because they don't drop as often, and when they do, most of the time it's gonna be shit stats. So it takes the most time farming those. I'm gonna switch to the other set later so you can see the difference in the damage between the two sets. And I'm gonna show you the passives to those who might be interested in what passives I've got. Okay, this was a dead end, so we gotta return. But it's still okay damage. I mean, Bragi, as I said, is probably the easiest one to get damage on. It doesn't need that much investment, and just from the passives he can be very strong and having some very nice crits. And when I farm, I actually do different axes. When I'm farming, I go for, what's its name? I go for this axe. Impatient one. When I'm farming lower difficulty stuff, I go for the impatient one for extra cooldown reduction when I don't have enough cooldown reduction. Trying to kill every single elite on the way. Okay, they just keep spawning some elites. That's from the portal. This map has enemies spawning from portals. Oh, poisoner, shit. Well, this is one of the enemies you have to be super careful around, because that poison can kill you in seconds. Now there's a healer, I think, here. Or buffer, some sort. Yeah, poison. Alright, he's almost dead. So while we're standing here, they keep spawning, but that's the map mod. We could probably keep moving and leave those be. Let's move. Let's get those here. There we go, jump, jump, jump. Alright, let's keep moving. But this is my favorite class and setup. I mean, I don't normally play on this set. I play on the Challenger set because of more damage. But with this one I have a little bit less cooldown and a little bit more damage reduction. Which I think is better for group play maybe. Depends whether you wanna boost your team's damage. Or whether you wanna boost their damage reduction. But the more people that play the game, the easier it gets, because you stack so many buffs. If you have one of each class, or different builds even if you're playing the same class, you can stack multiple buffs together. For example, if you have 4 Bragi players, that means you have 4 different heroic buffs, or maybe 3 different heroic buffs and 1 debuff for the enemies to make them take more damage, so it's still not bad. Although I would not suggest going for 4 Bragi. I would suggest if you're going for multiple of the same class, 3 times Bragi is the most you can get. If you have anything but the song set, to have 3 times heroic, what's his name? To have the heroic strike of the Anvil, the heroic call to oath, and the heroic class bastion. That would be what I would suggest if someone wants to go for a multiple Bragi team. And I like how the game doesn't really punish you severely when you die. You just lose 10% of your money when you die, and you can pay with fragments. So mistakes can be made, you can die, and it's not the end of the world unless you're penniless. If you're penniless, then well, tough luck. But if you're penniless, you can always do something easy that doesn't require money to start. Like you can use a basic invasion map or expedition. But I'm really waiting for some new game. I actually wanted to play Valorant. I wanted to play the Riot Games shooter, Valorant, and I've been trying to get the key, watching streams, and I just can't. I can't get the Valorant beta key, and I'm kind of disappointed that they're not letting everyone in the beta. So I'm really waiting for a key. If someone knows of a fast way to get keys on Valorant other than waiting drops enabled streams, feel free to share it. But I really want to play this game. Ever since it was announced a few months ago, I've been excited to play it because it's gonna bring back that Counter-Strike vibe. I'm a big fan of Counter-Strike type shooters rather than Overwatch type shooters like Paladins. So I prefer that kind of shooters that are similar to Counter-Strike. If it comes to shooters. Of course my favorite shooter was Global Agenda, but it was more of an MMORPG FPS. Not really an actual shooter. It had raid bosses. Global Agenda had raid bosses, it had 10 versus 10 point control, where you have 3 points and you have to control those points, and you had tanks, you had engineers, you had medics that can go for damage poison build. You had some amazing things. You had snipers that can also go dual wielding and go bomber recon. So Guombo Agenda so far over the last decade or so has been my favorite shooter adjacent game. Unfortunately, no one has made anything even close to that. No chest here. Yeah, the enemies keep spawning on this map because it's demonic portals appear. In those maps you have choices. You have choice whether you wanna stay on one spot and keep farming those enemies that spawn from the portal, or whether you wanna just keep moving and complete it quickly. I normally do something in between. Sometimes I would stop in one place and farm the portals. So you can see I'm doing crits up to like 80 million, sometimes depending. And I'm using Ultimate Carnage and Grudge Holder. Grudge Holder is not mentioned in my video because I thought it was broken when I made the video for this build. But Grudge Holder is one of the best axes for this build. Much better than the Forge Heart, and the Forge Heart is broken and it can kill you. You end up killing yourself with Forge Heart, and it's not something you can avoid. It's a one-shot self-kill with the Forge Heart. It happens when you're bleeding and burning at the same time. The Forge Heart effect, which is a ton of damage, gets applied to you instead of the enemies. And that's why it's a bit difficult to play. So on maps with bleeding and burning, like Act 2 maps, Forge Heart is definitely not recommended. I'm not sure whether it's fixed, but back in the Forges, that's how it used to behave. Maybe they fixed it, but they didn't mention that it was fixed. I might spend some time playing with the Forge Heart just to see whether this bug still exists. It was an annoying bug because it's super strong axe. With the Forge Heart you can do more damage than anything else. It's twice the damage of a Heroic Call to Oath. And Heroic Call to Oath is the highest damage skill on Bragi. You can't get more single hit damage on Bragi in the game other than Heroic Call to Oath. But the Grudge Holder boosts your damage by a lot. So overall it's better to just use the Grudge Holder. You might not be getting those big hits from the Forge Heart, but you're still getting a ton of damage due to the extra counter attack. Had to wait there for that one-shot AoE. And another thing I say to new players, if there's chests on a relic hunt mode, wood the chests before the final one. As soon as you wood the final chest, you lose that 900 extra wood quality. So you can see here, wood quality 5149. As soon as I open it, we lose that 900. It could be 900, 600 or 300 depending on what type of relic hunt you've started. So if there's stuff to kill, if there's chests to wood them before that one. We can do some invasions now, so you can see a little bit fast-paced invasion farming. So my invasions are at rank 46, and if we go for Chaos 2, that's gonna be a ton of wood quality. I'm gonna quickly see if there's anything I've looted to sell. Okay, Time Master is back. Welcome back. So let's do some invasion farming. Let's see. This is a Chaos 2 invasion. Chaos 2 invasion, but it's rank 46. That means it's 4,600 extra wood quality. So that's 6.7 thousand wood quality for me. That by itself is a ton of wood quality. More than what we were just doing. And this is just a Chaos 2. So it's much easier to survive on that one. And this one is again Chaos 2. I probably should switch my set. Okay, after this map I'm gonna switch my set to the challenge set. So you can see how much damage I can squeeze there. Normally when I do invasions, as I said, I do something different. I normally take, what's its name? The Impatient One axe. Because with the Impatient One, and I go for the Grimnir set, when I'm doing easy stuff like low difficulty invasions, high rank low difficulty invasions, I prefer the Grimnir set because it just kill as you go with fire AoE aura around you. Okay, you rewatched the lesser part. No worries, Time Master. I did show a little bit about the trap build. The last time I played the trap build, I showed what setup I was using. It was an experimental physical-based setup without the counter attack. Only the first God skill tree. So you don't even need to own the Tomb Kings, I think. I'm not sure whether I was using Hero of the Desert. Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. Of course, it's always good to have the Tomb Kings DLC. So this is not gonna be good XP, but it's gonna be good wood. So this is how I say, if you want good wood, go for invasion, high rank invasion. If you want good XP, go for Chaos 9 relic hunts. Or Chaos 8, depending what you can clean fast. And since they're gonna be reworking the relic hunts, can't wait to see what they're gonna do. Maybe relic hunts are also gonna have good wood quality when they rework them. I'm just hoping they completely rework the map modifiers, because some of them really are not great. Especially the ones that permanently reduce armor and HP. Those are just, I don't know. It should be like temporary, not permanently. I don't even think they need to even be using that mechanic, the health and HP reduction. So, Necro, do you need help with your own invasions? If you need help with your own invasions, use me now. While I'm here, I can help you push those to a nice level, and then you would be able to run them yourself. It's not gonna be high wood like the one we get here, but at least eventually we're gonna help you push those. So if you have something that's been giving you trouble that you're not able to complete, let me know. On Bragi I do have a little bit more stuff. I've been stashing the most items on Bragi. So you can see even in my warehouse I still have some spare items for Bragi to give away. It's mostly Bragi gear, honestly. Mostly Mage, Slayer, and a little bit of Engineer stuff that I've got to give away. You don't have to create the game, you can just select it yourself, I think. Try it. Oh, you need to create the game? Okay. Feel free to create the game, invite me and I can join. If it needs to be the host. I don't think I can give you party lead, can I? Should the events be prioritized when they show up? No, those events are boring. Those events, they're not rewarding enough. I mean, while you're leveling up, it's fine to try and do them, but if you're max level, that little bit of XP won't help you. You're barely gonna notice a difference. So, Necro, what you need to do is you need to go inside the game, then click on online game. Then you need to make it public or make it open to the public as a private game. Then you need to go to your Steam friends list and right click on me and invite to lobby. There we go, thank you. Before we were able to invite through in-game, through the menu. Now I don't think we can. So I'm gonna quickly change my set, just give me a moment. I'm gonna change to this one, but first need my mountain pendant. Not sure which one was the better. I think that one was the better one. Oh no, never mind. The other one is. Okay, I'm ready. So let's do your invasions. Oh, and you're on the mage now. Nice. So with this build, I'll be doing a little bit more damage. This is actually what I'm using. Trail of Blood, Dead Blow, Fighting Spirit, and the rest is just Chain Reaction, Padded Armor, Hero of the Desert. Okay. And he's doing the speedrunning build, the teleporty build. What map is this one? I should have switched to the Grimnir. Grimnir is what I normally use on. After this I'm gonna switch to Grimnir, because Grimnir is the best for invasion farming. I haven't confirmed whether it really helps, whether the AoE healing works with Grimnir and Health Drain, because Grimnir gives you a fire AoE around you, and you're burning every single enemy that's around you with Grimnir. And with Health Drain added into the game, that probably means a ton of Wife Leech. I need to test it now that I have some Health Drain in my ring. And what they did make is, this is supposed to give us 100% energy gain. Still didn't give me 100% by the way, something doesn't seem right. It says 100%, but look at that. I'm gonna deplete my energy now quickly. Okay, this is a Wallwood quality invasion. I'm gonna deplete, and look at that, it's not 100%. See, it actually gave me 50%. So maybe that's a bug. It's saying 100, but it's only giving me 50% energy. And 50% is what it used to give before. And I don't think there's anything on the map that is causing this. So let's see. So I'm gonna quickly remove this, and oh, this already has gear. This is my farming gear, so I'm gonna keep this like that, and this is my farming set. Mind you, those rings are, you don't want to be using those rings. I'm only using them for farming because they're my best crit chance cooldown reduction items, and I'm stacking them with Pendant of Taunting. And Zizou Boy, this is not Diabu, but it has a lot of the features of Diabu copied over. So for example, the skill system, pretty much like Diabu. You have one skill and you have different versions of it. It's not like Wosen where you have runes, but it's pretty similar to Diabu when it comes to skills and passives and different versions of the exact same skill. It's not Wosen kind of copy over of the Diablo skill system, but it's super similar. When it comes to items, this is as close as you can get to Diablo 3. Not Diablo 2, Diablo 3, let's be precise here. So you have a big green set, you want like, what was it, 5-6 pieces? I think it's 5 pieces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces. Each set gives you a better version of a certain skill, and you want to be building that set with that heroic skill, with passives and actives that complement that heroic skill. Kind of like in Diablo, limited itemization. I'm not a big fan of this. In fact, it's quite the opposite. This is very uninnovative, very limiting when it comes to build making. So I would have preferred if they had some unique items, because this game doesn't even have unique items. The closest you have to unique is weapons and accessories, but when it comes to armor, it's only set items. You don't have anything as an alternative to the sets. But it can offer hours of fun. It may not be the most fun game right now on the market, but we'll see if they add... Speaking of phones, Diablo Immortal is launching soon, and when it comes to Warhammer, you might want to look into Warhammer Odyssey. There's going to be a phone, mobile MMORPG in the Warhammer universe. I'm super skeptical, first because it's mobile, second because it's free to play. I think it's gonna be your typical mobile cash grab pay to win game. And it's bad because it's gonna give the Warhammer name a bad name. It's gonna give bad marketing for the Warhammer franchise. I don't think it's a good thing that we're getting a mobile MMO in the Warhammer universe. Time will tell. So far, for a mobile game, it looks good, but it's still gonna be a mobile game. It's still gonna be shitty pay-to-win cash shop stuff. Steeler Koenig, you can join us after this map. I can invite you. I can invite you to the lobby and you can join us. I'm not the host. The host is Necro. Necro is the host. We are doing his invasions. But feel free to join us. The more the merrier. You can see his invasions are not as high as mine, so we're helping him push those to a nice level. Because I've got mine pushed to enough difficulty to farm. My invasions are high enough to give me good wood quality, so I'm okay. It's good to give to my viewers sometimes some bit of help. So after this map you can join us on the next one. He's using the speedrunning mage build, as you can see. Let's see what Stewer is using. Stewer is... oh, he's using Kiwa, nice. Double the dwarfs. The Dewi team. Shit, I switched off my monitor by accident. There we go. So what rank is this invasion? Let me see. By the way, pets, my pet needs a hug. I'm gonna pet him now that we're not in the... there we go, Sky. Kind of woke him up, but he's fine. He's sleeping all day anyways. So just redeemed that give my pet a petting. So this is invasion rank 10. Okay, good. By the way guys, if you're new to the game, never do rank 1 invasion. Start from rank 10. I mean, if you wanna get familiarized with the mod, you can do rank 1, but it's pointless. If you do rank 10, you're unlocking all the nodes on ranks 1 through 9. So just do rank 10, then rank 19, after that rank 28, 37, 46, 55 and so on. Pushing with another 9 ranks every time you complete a certain one. Always do the highest available level or rank. But when it comes to collecting rings, as I've always said, start from the bottom, go all the way up. So let's say you complete certain nodes and you can collect a ring on rank 10. You go to rank 1, collect it on rank 1, then collect it on rank 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then finally 10. So collecting is in reverse. Okay, let's keep moving. So that's what I like when I'm streaming. We kind of team up, bringing people together that maybe normally wouldn't be playing and teaming up. So since you guys play and you're kind of probably more active than me in the game, feel free to add each other so you can play together sometime. Of course, that is if both of you want to. So since Root Foxes is playing Borderlands, I can do Borderlands 3 tomorrow. I need to farm some of the new items, I need to make content for the new stuff, and I'm not the person that wants to make the content before everyone else. Even if I make it with 2-3 weeks delay, I don't care, as long as it's there. So I need to make content about where to farm some of the new items in Borderlands, some of the new wood. I need to farm them myself too. So it would be nice to do a farming session and do some named boss hunting in the new DLC zones. It's weird how they're making some of those limited events. That's the only thing I think is kind of wrong from Borderlands 3. How like on the Halloween they had an event with items that you can only get during the Halloween event, and after the event was over you were no longer able to get those items. Whereas with Borderlands 2, the Halloween event, you could play that DLC whenever you want to. You could play it in the summer, you could play it in the spring, you could play it during Christmas. It was available for everyone there. Oh, who died? Necro. Okay, he rested. So that's probably the one thing that really stands out as something that might not have been a good move. But I know that the hype is from all those battle BR type games like Fortnite, PUBG, etc. having limited time events. Probably Borderlands wanted to do something similar, having something that would make people log in during this month to get that wood that they can only get this month, otherwise it's gonna be gone. Not saying it's a good thing, but I'm saying it's a popular thing in games nowadays, so maybe the Borderlands developers thought it would be a good idea to force players into playing during this specific time bracket. It's not something that's uncommon. Online games have been doing this all the time. Like for the past 20 years, MMOs have always had Halloween specific wood, Christmas specific wood. Just look at Guild Wars 1, 2, World of Warcraft and all the other big MMORPGs. They have such limited time events with rewards that you can only get during those events. But I don't think it fits in the type of game that Borderlands is. That's why I think maybe it wasn't that good of an idea to have limited time DLCs. It's a good idea to have the event challenges being limited, so not being able to get the skins, but I think the wood and the zone itself should stay. Just probably not the challenges that reward you skins and trinkets and all of that. All those cosmetics probably should be limited for the duration of the event. But after the event expires, I think they need to let us still play that content and get that DLC wood. Especially people that started when the game launched on Steam, they have no way of getting wood from the DLC other than trading with someone who has that wood. So they kind of have to rely on their friends or on Discord public trading channels to get DLC wood. Of course that wood is gonna be level 50, so it's not gonna be worth it now that they increase the level cap. And I think they need to make a system in Borderlands where level 50 items can be upgraded to level 57 ones. So that old DLC wood can still be viable and be made to level 57. I think in general it would be a nice idea if you have the legendary items scaling with player level. So you find a legendary at level 5, you get to level 57 and the legendary is 57 by sacrificing some sort of material. Let's say you find a level 57 legendary, you sacrifice that one in some sort of machine, you put the level 5 item and it makes the level 5 a legendary level 57. This is the thing I would think would be great in any type of game, regardless whether it's Borderlands, Warhammer, Chaosbane, WoW, Diablo, etc. Any type of game would benefit from such a system. To be able to level up an item by sacrificing a high level item of the same. Oh, we're doing bosses now. Well, okay. Not on a boss fight build, but this is probably not high. That's probably not a high rank one. That was Chaos 4. Yeah. No wonder why it was this easy. Chaos 4. So as I said, I'm really excited about Valorant. I've not played it, I've only watched streams. Can't wait to be able to play it. The Riot Games shooter that recently launched. Just a moment, need to close my window. Okay, there we go. If I manage to get access to Valorant soon, you would be able to see how bad I am at aiming in competitive games. This is probably the main reason I don't play competitive games, is because I'm just bad at them when it comes to shooters. I mean, I like playing Paladins, but I haven't played it for the past 3 months. Because I just don't like playing with randoms. My luck on random groups has been like 60% unlucky, 40% lucky with good teammates when I played Paladins. I was still able to push to Platinum, but that's kind of as far as I pushed. I stopped pushing after Platinum in the competitive mode. And as far as I heard, Valorant really needs you to be good at aiming. If you're not good at aiming, you're gonna get melted there. At least that's what I'm hearing about the game. So my guess is when I get access to the game, I'm probably gonna play it for 1 or 2 days before I rage quit because of me being bad. We'll see. I mean, I really wanna test it, just for the sake of testing the game. What's happening? Is the game frozen? Did the host get disconnected? Did I get disconnected? Or is it just lagging? I mean, they weren't taking damage for a while and then they suddenly started. It was either me having issues. Okay. Yeah, I think it was either the host lagging or Steam lagging. Because it wasn't just me lagging, it was Imutech also was lagging. By the way, this glitch where Bragi is doubled, you can see that this glitch only happens on the Grimnir set and it still exists. I'm not sure whether it's intentional. But you're not drunk, guys, you're not drunk. It's a bug in the game where it's showing Bragi in double. But it's nice to hear that this game has plans for the future. Many people were saying that probably Forges would be the last update they do for the game, but I've been seeing an increase in console players over the last few weeks in this game. Which is good. It may not be as successful on PC, but for a console game there aren't many options. You do have Diablo 3 on console. I'm not sure whether Path of Exile is on console, it probably is. Oh, a green item dropped, I'm gonna go and get it. Ever pick boots? Yeah. What chaos is this? This is Chaos 5. Okay, now this is a bit more challenging. Chaos 5 and 6 is the limit in the invasions. That means you're losing a lot of HP at once. A lot of HP per second if you don't have the nodes for resistance. And you better have the nodes for resistance before you start doing Chaos 5 and 6 on ranks 19, 28, 36. On rank 10 it's okay. I think on rank 10 you can push all the Chaos 5 and 6 nodes without even getting a single resistance one. I've done it many times. on rank 10. The problem would be when it's armor permanently reduced. When we get to those maps, or the cooldown reduced maps, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult. Especially for this braggy build. But as I was saying earlier, why I wasn't online for the past 9 days, I'm just bored of the games that I have access to. I don't feel like playing Path of Exile because the reasons I've mentioned many times. I didn't feel like playing Quast Epoch because mostly the performance issues and the unlimited arena mode. I think the game needs a little bit more work on the shader to stop wagging and having bad FPS. And when it comes to Wolsen, I'm disappointed that they didn't convert the old unique items to the new ones. So it's gonna take me ages to grind those items. In Wolsen, what's most annoying to me is the WoW XP rate, how slow it is to level up, and the bad drop rates of unique items. Legendary items drop fast enough. I think the legendary drop rate is perfect in Wolsen, but the unique drop rate is so bad. I really wanted to test all the new uniques, but when I saw the drop rates, I just kind of, yeah, said not now, maybe later. So Chaosbane has many other things that I don't like other than the limited armors, the limited only set item armors and the limited build variety, but at least it has something to do still. And that's the main reason. I didn't even play any games. I didn't play anything for the past 9 days. I just couldn't bring myself to go on the PC and start a game. I was hoping to get Valorant today. I was watching some Valorant streams earlier, but yeah, good luck in getting that key. They should have done some giveaways on websites like MMORPG and some other stuff like that. They should have given away some few thousands of keys. If anyone has good games to suggest, free to play games, because I can't afford buying games right now. If anyone has anything to suggest, feel free to let me know. It doesn't have to be a hack and slash game. Just hopefully not an MMO game, because I just don't have the time needed to invest into an MMO. No, you didn't miss my streams. I couldn't play. I was just watching films and anime and reading stuff and just doing some other stuff like I normally test games. I offer services as a game tester on Fiverr, and sometimes there's people hiring me to test their mobile apps. So I was also doing a bit of that. I also offer video editing services if someone needs to edit some gameplay footage for YouTube or some other type of editing. I also can do that. Just don't expect me to be some master editor. Don't have the necessary experience to be that good. But yeah, I kind of couldn't bring myself to play any of the games I have installed. And I found about Valorant releasing, and I was like, okay, let's try and get into the beta. Then I found out the beta is closed and I can't get into it. Kind of big disappointment there. But yeah, if anyone has some games to suggest, feel free to let me know. I would be happy to test them out. Maybe team up. Grimnir's tattoos, boots. Oh, this is one of the new items. Look at the counter attack damage on this. 1400 counter attack damage. And my current ones are 600 So that's more than twice the counterattack damage of my old boots. The damage increase I would get from this item would be amazing. And imagine replacing all of my old items with the new ones. That's like 60-70% more counterattack damage altogether. 60-70% more extra crit damage from that. You can see right now this is 700 crit damage. I can get that to probably 1200 just from my set without counting any procs like duelist chain reaction for crit damage or the grudge holder when I have my rage up. And if I replace the weapons as well, that's even better. What are we doing right now? Chaos 2. Okay, this is a bit on the easy side. By the way, something, once it says leave the forest, you can do this leave area. You don't have to find the portal if the portal is far away. Just a tip there. Do I want to replace this item? I'm probably gonna replace it later. But yeah, let's see, without any buffs, 487 crit damage. 487 without any buffs. On this set, which is not focused on my counterattack as much as my other sets, because this is my crit chance set. I need to check it on the other, on my non-farming set. I think on my non-farming set I have around 6, 7, 800 crit damage there on the passive, without any buffs active. Oh, this one is Rudu. Right, up, up, down, up. So the way you do this is here first on the right side. So right, then 2 times up, Rudu, R-U-U-D-U. So 1 time up, 2nd time up, then down. Wow, got stunned, okay. And now we're going up. This one's easy. Once you remember this, it's super easy to do. But yeah, the first time I was doing this, I think I spent like 5 minutes trying to find a way out. And Root Foxes says he was thinking of streaming, but decided not to as he's not a talker and is not great at gaming as a whole. Plus the fact he can't sit for more than 20 minutes, they need to get up and move around. Yeah, having back problems, I also have back problems. Thankfully, I got myself a good gaming chair, which has a good lumbar support. The problem is I find myself moving closer to my monitor. I don't sit back in my chair, I don't use my chair the way I need to, which is all on me. I do have the good chair to support my back, because I do have back problems, but yeah. Streaming is pretty... how do I say it? Taxing on the body, especially on your lower back. On your lower back, on your eyes, and not that much on the voice if you keep drinking water and hydrating. And you don't have to be good at gaming to stream. If you're bad at gaming, make it your own thing. Be that one guy that embraces that he's bad at gaming and makes it part of the stream. I kind of am trying to do that, to let people know that I'm not gonna be the best at something, that I'm gonna suck, but we can have fun watching me suck at it. We can have fun watching me get wrecked to oblivion by the enemies. regardless whether it's PvP games or not. And you don't have to stream for a long time. You can do short 1-2 hour streams after work every evening as a starter, because most people start like that. Most people do it on the side, not as a full-time streamer. What you could do is content creation. For content creation, you can do it at any time you want, but in your own schedule. If you have some good ideas about guides, about walkthroughs, playthroughs, you can even start doing, if you have good machine, you can just do no commentary, gameplay only videos on 4K or on 1080p. You can't find the exit. Okay, Necro, right, up, up, down, up. I'm gonna try and teleport. Oh no, I can't teleport to you. So if you go back to the beginning, you do right, up, up, down, up. But yeah, content creation is something that anyone can start, and you don't have to even be a talker. You can just post if you have good machine that can handle gameplay only, and you can, if you have access to new titles that are fresh. This is probably one of the things that is super saturated, that everybody is doing it, but that doesn't mean there isn't room for new people. I don't do it, but that's definitely a good way to get into content creation. If you're not good at editing and you don't want to have to edit stuff, you can just post unedited content of just you playing a game. Actually, that's the type of gameplay I like to watch. When I watch games, what I do is I watch the gameplay without commentary. When there's a new game out and I want to find out about it, I try to find that one YouTuber that has posted purely gameplay footage of the first hour of the game, or a montage of just different states of the gameplay. I mean, sometimes I would watch something like I used to watch the cynical Brit, may he rest in peace. I used to watch his videos a lot back in the day, and now I do watch the Lazy Peon because he's my favorite funny YouTuber when it comes to MMOs. But I definitely prefer the no commentary, just gameplay videos myself. Necro still having trouble. Necro, if you want, you can exit and I can show you the way. You can leave the area, you can press escape, leave area, and I can show you the game. It's gonna be much faster that way. And you can just restart it. Nice. Yeah, those are those are fun. If you don't know the right way, it takes a while with those labyrinths. And there should have been a little bit of reward. It feels super bad spending few minutes trying to find your way through this labyrinth, and at the end you don't get even a single piece of equipment. There should have been like a relic hunt chest at the end of that map. At least that's what I think about it. Because it feels super anticlimactic when you reach the end of the labyrinth and that's it. Because there's no enemies to kill anyways. There's no wood to get. So it would be nice to at least have some wood chest at the end. Even if it's not a relic chest, it could be at least one of the big chests. Maybe even two chests. I think two chests of the biggest ones you can get in a map over there would be perfect. Look at that, getting green items on 3.7 thousand wood quality. Already got 3 of those while playing his low level invasions. So you don't have to be doing 6, 7, 8,000 wood quality to get the green wood. but of course 6, 7, 8,000 definitely helps get them more often. The lowest wood quality I've gotten green items on is 2,500, or maybe it was 2.2. That's my record of the lowest wood quality I had to give me a green. Wait, where am I? Oh, I'm the yellow one. I was looking at the green one, not realizing I'm the yellow one on the map. And I was wondering why why looking at that doesn't take me where I want to. I wish pushing invasions was shared. Like, let's say we're doing this, it's unlocking it for the other person as well. Let's say we start doing my rank 40 something invasions, it's unlocking the same nodes for the people who are in my party in their latest rank invasion. If it's under 46 or equal to 46. I mean, I've got so many ideas how this game could be a little bit better and more co-op friendly. It's co-op friendly enough, but there's some things that could be improved, and I'm gonna write those in the feedback section. I've given a bit of feedback already, multiple times, but I always think of new things how the game could be improved. And I'm so happy they're gonna be adding a new game mode. Hopefully it's gonna be, as I predicted, a survival mode, wave pushing survival mode. Because they definitely already have the maps for it. They already have the circular arenas from the invasions. And they can just reuse those and make something like the Grim Dawn Crucible, like the arena in last epoch, using those circular maps, having to defend against different waves. One thing I can tell you is from all the mobile app testing I've been doing, I can tell you in the mobile apps there isn't a real fun game there. All the mobile games in the market right now are cash grab, pay to win pieces of shit. And it might sound a bit too harsh, but that's how it is. That's how it is. Mobile games right now are just terribly pay to win, and they're just designed around forcing people to pay or quit. Designed around whales being the main player base that supports the developers, and the developers opening new servers and getting whales to create accounts and donate and buy currency on multiple servers. It's kind of a plague because by by focusing on making such games, we're never gonna see, if they keep going like that, we're never gonna see a good game on mobile that would feel nice. I've never played Path of Exile mobile, and I've not played Diablo Immortal, so I can't tell you whether they feel good. But I can tell you all the games that are currently on the market, whether it's an idle game or whether it's an action RPG where you actually use the buttons to cast kills in real time and stuff like that. It just, most of the stuff, probably 99% of the market is pay to win piece of shit games. That's why when I hear mobile, it just makes me want to vomit. Oh, 100 million damage, nice. Shit, HP is low. So when I know that there's gonna be a mobile Warhammer Odyssey game, I'm super skeptical. Because it's gonna be free to play and probably full with microtransactions. Probably. We'll see. I mean, I'm probably gonna test it, even though it's mobile and I don't think I need to test it. But I will. Only because it's a Warhammer game and I'm a fan of the of the universe. I've never played Warhammer tabletop. I only have one tabletop game and it's not Warhammer. Because it's not that popular in my country, those D&D or tabletop games. But I'm a big fan of the Warhammer universe aesthetically, like the art. The first Warhammer game I played was probably the strategy, the first Warhammer strategy games for PC, which, if I remember correctly, was published by EA, if I'm not mistaken. High health. High health, the way I understand it, means bosses. It means bosses and champions. So enemies with high amount of HP, not enemies with 87, 70, 85, 75% HP. The way I understand it, that means champions and bosses. So assassination does more damage against bosses and champions. At least that's what I've noticed. I've noticed on my assassination lesser builds, I've noticed that I do a little bit more damage on bosses compared to regular enemies. It's super difficult to tell because most of the time I do stack different bonuses, and sometimes I won't have all the bonuses when I'm testing on the boss, or I won't have all the damage bonuses when I'm testing on little guys. But overall, I think I've noticed bigger numbers on bosses. The set? Which set are you talking about? Could you write what the set says? Because I'm not on that character right now and I can't see it. I don't remember seeing 400% extra damage to enemies with high health, unless something changed. From what I remember, it was just extra damage to traps. Maybe they changed it and I didn't notice, but from what I remember, the trap set just used to give extra damage. It didn't have anything regarding extra high health. Maybe it's changed. I thought you were asking about the passive god skill called Assassination, because that's the one that gives extra damage to enemies with high health. If you can write exactly what it says, I can tell you what it means. But probably it's exactly the same as Assassination, if they changed it. And I don't know how I've never noticed this change. If they did indeed change it to work like Assassination. Traps deal more damage to enemies with high health. Damage taken was... Okay. So yeah, they made it like Assassination. That means it deals more damage to bosses and champions, less damage to normal enemies. That's how I understand this to be. I still haven't gotten an answer. Back in the winter in December, I posted in the official Discord, the Warhammer Discord, the Chaosbane Discord. I asked whether this means more damage to bosses and champions, or whether it means more damage to enemies that have HP over a certain threshold, like let's say enemies above 75 or 80 or 70 or 90% HP. I never got an answer, and this is what I think the Chaosbane developers need to do. One of them needs to go over on the Discord channel and start answering some of the questions. Even if it's a private message, if they don't wanna answer them in the Discord channel, the least they can do is just take like 5-10 minutes every week. It's not gonna be too much to take 5 or 10 minutes every week answering the questions. there's not that many of us asking questions there. So it's a small player base of the active people in the Discord, so they're not gonna have that much work answering our questions regarding some of the game mechanics. And there's definitely a lot of things that are not well explained, and we need to do a ton of testing to figure stuff out by ourselves. And things like that are super difficult to test. That's one of the things that I think is probably the hardest to figure out. And I'm really unhappy how they changed Conrad. How they broke the heals when using a god skill. Now, not only does it not heal when using the pew pew pew, projectiles on Sigmar's Bastion, but it doesn't heal initially when using any god skill. So they broke the heals when using god skill amulets. And I think they're broken on anyone, not just Conrad. But yeah, 400% extra damage to enemies with high HP. My guess is, as I said, bosses and champions. Alright, no chest there. But one thing's for sure, Kiwa, the new character, is so fun to play. And they definitely put some thinking when making her to have a little bit more balance. Of course, one of the builds, one of the sets is a little bit stronger than the other ones, which kind of ends up being inevitable. They probably don't have that many people to test stuff, but the other sets on Kiwa are still okay, from what I've noticed. I do like the melee builds. I like the melee build the most, but the turret build definitely can help me finish maps that the melee build can't. So with the melee build, sometimes maps that permanently decrease my armor in the invasions were almost impossible to do. But as soon as I switched to a turret build, I could just stay back, let the turrets do the killing, and avoid getting hit to avoid my armor permanently decreasing. Of course, it's taking longer to complete. You need to get 100% necro. Yeah, 100%. So it's 9 ranks. Every time you do invasion, you kind of go 9 ranks, 9 ranks, 9 ranks. And I don't think we need to be. I don't think the person needs to be the host. I think we can always do someone else's invasion regarding who's the host. Because right now, oh shit, this is exploding enemies map. Okay, let's finish this map quickly because my FPS is gonna go to shit. This is one of the things this game really needs to fix. Either remove this exploding animation and exploding mechanic, or fix it, because right now it's super heavy. The amount of FPS I'm dropping when there's a ton of enemies exploding is just unbelievable. And this is in Act 1 and Act... what was the final one? Act 6? Where this can drop. So enemies can explode when they die. Yeah. Aha, fuck, I got stuck. Never mind. But I'm loving how quicker it is to get legend levels. Like before, it took super long to get. It took me like a lot of play hours to get 100 ranks. After the Forges update, for the time I got 100, I got another 300 legend ranks. So it's like 3 times faster probably, roughly. I don't have the exact numbers, but it feels like 3 times faster getting those legend ranks. And having a limit regarding how much you can invest into a certain legend skill definitely feels good. Doesn't feel like Diablo with the endless paragon levels. Yeah, I can probably endlessly gain legend ranks, but after I've invested 200 points in each, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 times 200, I won't be able to invest anymore. So legend rank 1200 is probably the hard, maybe the soft cap. It's up to you guys. I'm here to help you. If you wanna switch it up and do some relic hunts, we can do relic hunts. If you wanna do some of my invasions, we can do them. If you wanna do Imutex invasions, we can do those. Just let me know beforehand what we're gonna do so I can change my set if needed. Like I do Grimnir for the invasions, but if we're doing something else, I can go on my undefeated set. Relic hunts. Okay, so undefeated set it is. Alright, I'm ready. Chaos 9 is fine, yeah. Don't go for Chaos 10. Chaos 10 is definitely not worth it. Just for that extra 300 wood quality, the difference between the time it's gonna take you to kill something is just not worth it. Chaos 9 is okay. If it's a bit difficult, we can always do Chaos 8. But I think we're gonna be fine, especially with 3 people. And we have a good setup. A mage, engineer and a slayer. I'm gonna be giving you damage with this set. 100% extra damage and 50% extra max HP. Alright, let's see now. What's the map modifiers? Sandstorms appear, champion, corruption marks and regularly resurrected skeletons. Okay. That's fine map modifiers, definitely nothing too annoying. Okay. Trying to buff everyone with my shout. Oh, there's a chest there. I'm gonna go and see if it's any good. You might want to check your map, guys, to see if it dropped green in that chest, because it sometimes does. You never know. Okay, jumpy jump. So my cooldown reduction definitely is not as good on this set. Just that my gear is not that great on this set. But it's still fine, it's still not too bad. But I can definitely be a bit more spammy if I go for the anvil set. I'm gonna kill this guy on the side, because he can be a bit annoying. Okay, there we go. So yeah, that's where this game definitely is fun. When you're playing it with others, it's much more pleasant. A shame that it doesn't have big player base, but this game is definitely meant to be played together. You're much stronger, you're buffing each other, you're debuffing the enemies. So team play is the way the game was designed to be played. And that's evident, just looking at the legend rank skills, you can see how it benefits the players. Just looking at this bonus to all players with that shout. Alright, Necro, nice playing with you. I'm gonna go to the main menu and I can invite Imhotep in another game. And Root Fox's builds for Zane. Builds for Zane, I have one on my channel which is kind of close to the meta. Close to the meta. The meta people are calling it Chain Zane. Chain Zane is what people are calling the meta. Mine is kind of similar with the electric banjo. Chain Zane. Mine is called Killer Zane. So my build is called Killer Zane. You might want to look into it, but it's not level 57. It's level, I think it's 50 or 53. So maybe tomorrow I can log in on my Zane and see how I can make the build better for 57. But you can look into it. Look for Chain Zane or something for 57. Basically, you want the electric banjo relic. Uh, who do I wanna play? Kiwa, Elessa, Bragi, Eontier. Maybe I can play Eontier a bit. I'm gonna play the melee mage. And yeah, thank you again, Necro, for joining and for the co-op. So okay, I can invite Imhotep. Wait, what build am I on right now? Right now I am on... Oh shit, I need to sell some junk. I'm gonna put some stuff in the storage, I guess. Ult 1. Dragon Tamer, is that better? I'm actually gonna drop some gear. You need some mage gear? Okay. Well, let's see what I can spare. So, Ult 1 helmet, is it better, isn't it? Belcuradris. So this is my non-crit damage. 20,000, 5.3, 5.3, 17,000. Okay, you can have this one. $5,500 armor, 17 HP. Yeah, I don't need this one either. So... Dragon Tamer Bracers. That's not bad one. Crit damage. Actually, it might be better than mine. It might be better than mine because more flat damage, just less crit damage. But 3% crit damage is definitely not as good as 200 flat. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna equip this, give him my old one and bless my new one. And I'm gonna bless it with damage and HP, I guess. Oh, why is this crit chance? Ah, cause I was farming with it, I guess. So, is everything properly blessed? Alright, that's fine. I think we're good to go. Just gonna check my legend ranks. 12 unspent points. Let's put them here. Now we have ult 1. Nice. Other yeah, you can rejoin the game. You can rejoin. Let me send you an invitation. Friends list. So this is the build I'm running, if anyone's wondering. It was some sort of rework. I was reworking this build last time I played. So it's kind of experimental version of that with just the first God Skill 3. Let me just check if there's more stuff I can drop. Boots. Boots, Defender of Ult 1, Kalidor, Dragon Tamer. So we can have my old Dragon Tamer boots. Then we move to Morvo. Morvo, armor, HP. Yeah, this one's an upgrade. I'm gonna keep it for now. Belcuradris. This is my crit damage. This is my damage over time. This is my flat damage, and the other one is okay. So this one or that one. Yeah, you can have my old boots and old one. Just checking if the new one is better. More armor, less HP. Ah, you can have this one. And someone was asking for Scepter of Ice, a spare Scepter of Ice. I only have a spare Relentless Sentinel, not a spare Scepter of Ice. You need any specific items, let me know. I can look for those. In the meantime, let's go. Let's do some relic hunts, I guess, for XP. Cinch. Not a big fan of Cinch. It's too... I'm not a big fan of those little... what's it called? The little hallways. It's super hard to move sometimes in those hallways. So let's see how squishy I am on this setup. Alright, this one. They have some sort of super damage reduction phase, those skeleton enemies, those dog-like creatures. The archer and the spear ones have that phase when they're barely taking any damage. Then after that phase is over, they take shit tons suddenly. Something's... Oh shit! I didn't change my set. Yeah, I didn't change my set. Or maybe I did. Okay, I did change it. But I'm not seeing the damage I need to be doing. I should be doing up to 40-50 million damage. I'm only doing 5-6. So I'm not sure what's happening. I'm gonna look into it later. We have 3 mages all with different sets right now. Cooldowns are increased on this map, by the way. So builds without cooldown can shine. Like, my build doesn't really require cooldowns that much because it's spamming energy gaining skill for the damage. So I'm seeing reduction in the damage I do. I'm not sure what I did, but I changed something and now I'm doing less damage than before. I think I removed some of my crit damage for more damage reduction. And we're getting close. But yeah, I'm not liking this damage. I'm not sure why I'm doing this little damage. I used to do 40-50 million damage on this. But I'm quite tanky at least, so there's that. Oh, and this is Chaos 9, so... Whatever I did must have been some sort of experiment I was doing. I remember the last time I played on the mage, I was definitely messing with my passive god skills. Wait, did we kill the scorpion? I guess we did. But something's wrong with my damage. I used to do a few million just with the flamethrower, with this. Now it can't even do 1 million. Pretty strange. When we're in the town, I'm gonna check what I've changed. Let's see. By the way, elites shouldn't be underestimated. Drop-wise, most of the times I would be getting the green stuff from elite enemies rather than chests or bosses. I think they boosted the drops from chests with the Forges update, without saying so. But before, I was seeing much less drops from chests. Or maybe it was just some coincidences a few times in a row. So let's see, what do I have for the god skills? 215 crit damage. No, it's not bad. I've got a lot of crit damage here. I know I removed continuity. And I'm not using Etheric Storm Superior, and I took Etheric Storm Mastered together with Fortress of Willpower. Oh, and I have an empty slot here, which I can fill with... What can I fill that one with? 0 points. Maybe some crit chance. It's always good to have some extra crit chance, I guess. There's nothing else I can think of to put there. I could get rid of some damage reduction and put some more damage. So I've got Arcane Secrets. Oh, I think I know what I'm missing. I'm missing the heroic skill, and that's why I'm not doing that much damage. I changed something in my set and I lost that 300% extra damage. This is what I was missing. I was missing my heroic passive, which is the main source of damage. I knew something was wrong. It just didn't feel as good as it was. It was the most important skill of the build. The major source of damage from the build was missing. No wonder. Let's see the damage now. Now I should be doing around, when buffed, with all the cooldowns, I should be doing up to 30-40 million damage with my melee skills. Okay, already seeing 24, so that's not bad. If I stack the Druidic Chain Reaction with that, 40 million, see? 54, 48, so that's damage. Not like before, like 7 million or something. And now we're stacking buffs from different places, so... This build definitely became a bit better with the changes, with adding padded armor into the mix after the Forges update. Became tankier. Before the build was strong, but it was having trouble surviving sometimes. And with padded armor this definitely changes, especially on maps with permanent bleeding. This means you're never gonna end up having padded armor disappear on you. Because if you stop taking damage for 6 seconds, padded armor is removed. And you have to get hit 100 times to get it back to the 100 stacks for 40% damage reduction. They definitely need to improve the resurrection window. I think if they make it kind of like Wosen, it would be fine. Okay, next. Where's the damn chest? The chest should be... Oh, we need to kill some more enemies to get the chest. I think we're gonna have enough kills anytime now. This is what I like about the game. Unlike Wosen, where you have to kill enemies to get the boss to spawn, here you can kill the boss, then finish killing the enemies and then wood your chest. You don't have to do them enemies first, boss second, next level next. Okay, let's leave this. My invasions on this one, by the way, if you wanna do some farming for items, my invasions are at rank 28. Rank 28, I do have some decent ones like Chaos 4 that we can do, Chaos 5 afterwards. So it's gonna be okay wood, we can probably do a little bit of that just to have some sort of variety. But keep in mind, I only have 15% corruption resistance. So if it's too difficult, we can just not do it. If it's too difficult, we can probably not do it. This is the boss fight, by the way. But yeah, invasion is the boring part of the game right now, because there is no way to increase the difficulty. For example, this is Chaos 4. If there was a way to get this to be Chaos 6, 7, 8, 9, but no less than Chaos 4, it would be great. I've already written this as a suggestion. Let's do one more invasion and then back to relic hunts. Alright, bye dude. Thanks again for joining us. Nice to have you here. And he wanted a relentless sentinel. Shit, I just noticed the message. But I don't think I've got one. I've got this one I'm using and the other one I'm using for my other build. Oh, this one, I could have given him the red one, because it's cooldown, crit chance, crit damage, flat damage. Even though it's red, it's pretty good for a red one. Wait, just a second. But with the invasions, it's good wood quality. So you have to decide whether you want to do wood or XP. Since they're already Legend 200, they really don't need the XP, I think. Both of them probably need wood more than XP right now. I think after Legend 150, you are good on the levels. After that, everything after that is kind of additional quality of life bonuses that are not mandatory. But I think you need at least 150 levels to get at least one thing to a decent state of percentages, maxed out bonus and halfway on the percentages to proc. So this is a Chaos 5 and it's 5900 wood quality because it's rank 28. So it's not bad. Invulnerable enemies. Yep. Not a big fan of that modifier, but it's better than some of the other ones that can spawn. So on maps like those I switch to my Belcuradris normally, because with the Belcuradris it's just a bit more speedy, but less tanky. But when I do invasion pushing, I normally go for Belcuradris and I can within a minute or two clear a map if I end up finding the right way from the first try. Alright, nothing here. Okay, let's do another non-invasion map. Just need to sell first and see what dropped. So what dropped was this Belcuradris boots. I don't think I need them, but let's check. Yeah, I don't need those. Let's do another relic hunt. Siege, just not Siege. We just did one. Tomb Kings. Oh, he's going. He has to go. Alright, Timotech, well, thanks for joining as well. I'll do a little bit of farming on the mage, then I'm gonna go on the other classes and just do a little bit of farming on them. Probably not gonna go on Conrad until they fix that amulet for the healing, because right now I just don't feel like playing Conrad until that one is fixed. If anyone else wants to join, needs help with pushing your own invasions or pushing something else, feel free to let me know. Why can't I attack? Oh shit. I'm missing my skill here. Not sure why it's missing, but my main attack skill is missing. So I couldn't attack them. Not sure what happened. I didn't change my weapon. So why did my skill disappear? When I didn't change my Blade of Azire. That's a very strange bug, by the way. Very, very strange bug. First time I'm seeing a bug like this. Normally this would happen if I change my weapon, but I didn't, as far as I remember. Did I by accident equip another Blade of Azire? I think I was wearing the same one. Just wanna check to make sure. Yeah, I think I'm wearing the better one. The other one is probably my damage over time one. Okay, if anyone else needs help with pushing your own invasions or just farming, whatever. Time Master, do you have me on Steam? If you don't have me on Steam, you could add me. Just wanna give you the link. So this is the Steam friend link. I think clicking this link would automatically add you to my friends list. I think it expires in 30 days. Let me generate a new one. This one's probably expired. Oh, you're on Origin. I don't think I can add you if you're on Origin. So this probably kind of lets us know whether Origin or that it is crossplay possible. What I'll do is I'm gonna open my game to the public. Make game public Rome, and what I want is for you to try and join from the public matchmaking. If it works, you should be able to join my game. You should be able to join my game if you select roaming from the options. If you're unable to join, then there is no crossplay between Origin and Steam. Most likely there won't be, because right now I think we're using Steam servers and the Origin is using EA servers. I don't think those servers are hosted by Echo Software. If it's searching and it hasn't joined yet, then it's just not working. It would have instantly joined within a minute. Yeah, just no crossplay between Origin and Steam. Well, now we can confirm it. If it was using non-platform servers, the same way, for example, Borderlands is using Shift Gearbox hosted servers, then probably it might have worked. Like Borderlands is using, I think, the Shift platform to link Steam to Epic. Whereas this one, I think, each player is creating the servers on the platform they're playing. It's not independent hosting. Right, I'm gonna make the game public again so I can pause when needed. Which skills are traps? Everything that you drop that says trap, like Hungry Roots is a trap. The trap that you leave while dodging is a trap. There was another one, not Hungry Roots, but the other roots. Like both root skills are a trap. What is not a trap is the Brambos. The Brambos is not a trap. Wait, what killed me? Oh, Sandstorm killed me. Alright. I can go on the trap build after this. I'm gonna walk on Elessa and play on the trap build just to see what we were talking about. But yeah, it's easy for me to go online and show someone how to do something. I mean, I could make a build video, a new build video, but it's gonna take longer to make a new build video rather than log on my character, open that build, show you how I played after the changes. Definitely the easier, the faster way of showing someone how I think you can synergize a certain set after the Forges update compared to before it. Wow, I'm taking so much damage from those sandstorms. What? I got insta one shot here. Not sure by what or how and why, but let's see my wood. So I'm gonna go on the ranger now, on the scout, just to check that trap setup. So I'm on the deadly glow right now, which means I need to change some stuff. So this is my best ring. Unfortunately, I don't have a better one. In regards to cooldown, crit chance, crit damage, health regeneration, I'm gonna see if there's a better option. But yeah, I don't have a version with cooldown, crit chance, and stuff like regeneration. This one has cooldown, crit chance, regeneration, and instead of crit damage, piercing, but it's still a ring of dexterity. This is how unlucky I've been. This one doesn't have the health regeneration, but it has flat damage. Might be a little bit better for this build. Let's see what else could be good for that build with the traps. But again, the base is terrible. The base is Ring of Dexterity. The only thing that benefits from Ring of Dexterity is those 3 skills, the basic skills on any class. Even if the skill generates energy, it's not gonna be as good. Ambush Specialist, this is what I had here. Ambush Specialist, Guardian Spirit. This is optional, but I take it for the damage reduction. If I stay inside there, I probably shouldn't take it. I probably should take something else here. As I said, I've been experimenting with stacking health regeneration, executors kind of. So this is executor's version of the trapper. Let's use the more cooldown reduction and health regeneration. So you can see now from the stuff I'm using, I've got 214% damage without even using skills. You don't have greens. Let's see if I've got some green on Elessa. I don't think I've got much stuff on Elessa I can part with. I do have some Eternal Queen stuff maybe, but yeah, most of the stuff on Elessa I already gave it away. Don't have much spare Elessa gear, but we can always farm some. If I spend some time farming, I'm definitely gonna get some wood, but in my warehouse all of my Elessa gear has been given away. As you can see, I don't even think there's a single Elessa item left here. Yep. Oh yeah, I can't give you anyway, yeah, I forgot about that. So this trap setup, let's see my legendary ranks. 35%, 100 power. Okay, let's get more here. So stacking damage reduction. Now Chaos 9. Chaos 9. No, not Siege, please. Give me Act 2. Act 2, perfect. Exploding on death enemies. Alright, I'm just gonna do lesser because I don't have money to reroll Grand Hunts. No. No. Well, I'm gonna have to do this. So let's see how this build is. I don't remember it being that strong. When I tested it the last time... Oh fuck, poison clouds on the ground. When I tested it, it wasn't anything too fancy. As for what's a trap, you have currently 2 trap skills. This is trap, hungry roots. This is trap, living roots. So 2 trap skills. And then another thing that is a trap is this one, ambush specialist. So when you're dodging, you're leaving a trap behind where you started the dodge. Not where you end the dodge, but where you start the dodge. So basically with this set, it's not for everyone because you need to dodge into the enemy, dodge out. Because that's the trap that's gonna do a ton of damage. Maybe a ton is a little bit over exaggerating saying a ton of damage, but just compare this damage. 1,200,000 to the traps here. This trap is 948,000. This trap is 692,000. Of course, I can have 6 summons of this one. And I can have 1 of this one. And of this one, I don't think there's a limit. But this one does more damage. More damage than those. So this is the thing that's gonna do the most damage. And I don't like how it is. I think it needs to change somehow. Because it's super difficult to make use of this heroic skill. You have to dodge inside the enemy, dodge back. Dodge inside the enemy, dodge back. And I don't think it's fun playing like that. And that's how the developers apparently want us to play this set. They need to do something else. They need to rework it. Right now Elessa is the most underpowered of all the characters. Oh no, actually Conrad from the most overpowered probably became the most underpowered with this change. Because now God skills heal the player doesn't work. Not even the initial God skill cast heals you anymore. I mean, you can stay still with this build and try to tank and have a lot of damage reduction. Because with this build you have a ton of damage reduction. The way I've set it up, you can see earlier my defense went to 11 million. Which is not bad. It's not gonna prevent you from getting one shot from the biggest bosses. The damage is definitely not as good though. So the way I've set this up, as I said, 0 points here. Normally I would go here, I would use something like ambush mastered, but in order to make an ambush mastered setup again, I would need new items with the new and improved counterattack stats for that physical damage. Right now I'm doing still a physical build, so I'm using physical Queen's Rat, 10% damage reduction. I'm taking this extra HP, I'm taking this extra cooldown reduction, and I'm taking this physical damage increased and chance to repel enemies. Actually, am I using that? I'm not even using that one. I've only taken it on the way, but I'm not even using it. I didn't find it worth it. This 15% extra damage, it's just not worth it. But I've maxed out the health regeneration. You can see 5% from this place. And then I've got this for health regeneration, which is 23,000, the same one as which one was 23,000? I think there was another thing with 23,000 somewhere. Maybe not. I think maybe that's it. The most health regeneration you can get per second. 23,000, that's roughly close to 10%. I think that's 8% health regeneration. So I've got that 23,000. Then I've got another 11,800 and another 11,800. And I've got by default 5%. So that's a ton of health regeneration. And 10% damage reduction here, 10% here, 40% here, 20% here, and another 10% here. So it's kind of more defensive with this setup. Completely different than what I have on my channel as a setup. And I think this is probably how it might be better to play this. Again, it's not meta damage wise, but the survivability is definitely much better. You can kind of face tank a lot of stuff. Let's go to the boss and see how difficult it will be. But you can see how bad my damage is right now. I'm stacking health regeneration and I have 454% damage from executors when I stack that extra damage. So from 200 when I don't have any skills, we get it close to 500%. And even then I'm still not doing damage because the traps are weak. It's not the set, but the traps themselves are weak. They need to be much stronger. And as you see, the set says traps deal more damage to enemies with high health. So this is kind of like this skill. Damage to enemies with high health. And I think this means bosses. So the most I saw as a damage here was 15 million. On bosses, I don't think I'm gonna get 15 million because first they have more damage reduction than the regular enemies. But I can probably get 10 million. We'll see. And still super situational. To get 10 million here and to get 15 million here, I need to have a lot of health regeneration stacking. And that's not gonna be 100% of the time. So on average I'm doing 7-8 million damage here with my strongest trap. Most of the time it's gonna be 4, 5, 6, 7 million with that one. So that's probably one of the worst sets one can play on LS right now. Especially if this damage is only to enemies with high HP. So this champion should count as a target with high HP. You saw me doing 19 million just now earlier. 19 million followed by 15 million. And that's nowhere near the summons doing 30 or 60 million damage of the big summon, and the small summons doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 million every now and then. But the survivability is, as you can see, much better than the other setup. So you can see 23 million even just now. Of course this is a healer NPC, so... But again, the damage is very limited. You can't stack that much damage. Even when spamming the traps and stacking as many as you can, you just don't have that damage output the other builds can give you. I think this build is not a Chaos 9. I mean, you can play Chaos 9 as you can see, but I'd suggest doing Chaos 8 with the trap build, not going over Chaos 8. And if you don't have green gear, I'd say stick to Chaos 6. Farm green gear on Chaos 6, it would be fast, easy, and you're still gonna have a decent wood quality. Or just push invasions. That as well. With this health regeneration, invasions shouldn't be a problem on this setup. I mean, I'm a big fan of traps in games as skills to do damage. But this game, I don't know, something feels wrong the way they are. Especially having to dodge to leave a damaging trap. If it was leaving the trap where you end up dodging, not where you have been before, maybe it would have been better. But still, I think it should have been leaving a trap where you started and where you ended. And the trap should have had bigger radius. So that even if you miss the target by a bit, let's say, see, this trap should have been hitting the enemy. This is what I mean. Like, I'm dodging and the trap is here, it should be hitting the enemy. Because right now you're forced in leaving the trap right under the enemy's feet. You're forced into dodging where the enemy is. And it's super situational, not everyone would like this playstyle. I've talked with many of my viewers over the past few months, regardless whether it's on YouTube or here on Twitch or Mixer. And yeah, many would agree that this build is not their cup of tea, having to keep dodging all the time. Some people like standing in one place, face tanking, being the support class. Others like shooting from afar and not needing to dodge all the time. So yeah, let's see if I stop dodging and just focus on my other traps. How would that play out? Am I doing the damage faster? I don't think it's much faster. I even died because I stacked up so much damage over time fields. That's another thing I don't like on Elessa when doing green maps. When you use this skill, and when you use other things like this grass field, you can't see damage over time fields in your feet. So when there's those green poison fields summoned underneath me, I can't see them. There needs to be a clear indication that there's something damaging you in your feet. And since Alessa's skills are mostly green, and the poison is also green, it's super hard to tell. But I'm pretty sure there's gonna be quite a few people who would enjoy this playstyle, who would enjoy dodging and timing their dodges to end up where the enemy is. I think it should drop a trap where the cursor is pointing where you're dodging. I think that's how they should do it. That way you can keep your cursor kind of on the enemy, even if you don't end up dodging where it is. That's where the trap should go, in the direction where the enemy is. Or maybe drop traps in 4 directions of you. So let's say I'm here, it's dropping a trap here, here, here and here when I dodge. This is gonna be a little bit more tricky, but it's gonna be better if it's dropping multiple traps in multiple directions. But the thing I missed the most in Elessa was the poison build centered around reflexive shot. Back when Chaos 5 was the limit, the best Elessa skill was this one. This one was the best Elessa skill, and you could make super strong builds around this. And the poison build was just about dodging, doing this, dodging, doing this. That was how the poison build was. It was such a fun skill to use, and it's sad to see that it's so weak right now. It used to be a great skill back then. But yeah, let's feels a little bit stronger with some of the changes, but she still feels weaker than, for example, Bragi, Kiwa, Evontier. The new Conrad kind of feels weaker than the old Conrad, and probably weaker than Alessa if you can't survive. And I can't survive on Conrad right now. They removed my only source of survivability. Heals when using God skills and spamming Sigmar's Bastion. So right now Conrad from top tier becomes trash tier. I mean, I'm not talking about the Pistolier build, I'm talking about the Meteor build, what was the name of the set? Sowant. The Sowant set build on Conrad. And I used to play the Meteoric Iron set and what was the name of the other one? Not the Skaven Cure, but the other two sets. I used to play those with the same setup as my Blaze, as my Sowant. So I used to play Sowant, the Meteoric Iron, and that one other with the kind of exact same skills, with slight changes. And I used to rely on healing when using God skills. And since we can't do that anymore, Conrad is getting a huge nerf based on that. And that's just a bug, because it's not healing you even when using the God skill initially. I mean, it's fine if they balance it and remove extra pew 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 healing, because every time you reuse that God skill you could heal. But now they made it that you can't even heal when initially casting a God skill. Which in fact was how it used to work before, when it was broken for the first time they introduced this amulet. The first time they introduced those types of amulets, it couldn't heal you, it was broken. So this guy is the one that's been annoying. Right, let's pull them away from the boss and kill them separately. Oh, not the healer, fuck. Now that's gonna take forever to kill. Fuck. What killed me? Sometimes I don't know how, but I get one shot out of nowhere. I'm not even seeing the damage coming. Oh, it's those poison fields. I think they're stacking multiple poison fields in the same place, and then I end up dodging inside them. That's another thing, as I said, needs to get nerfed and reworked. Poison fields and blood pools on the ground. Their damage is scaling a bit too high on the harder difficulties. Even with a ton of damage reduction, the damage they're doing is just too much. Yeah, just too much damage. I'm gonna stay in one place, hopefully I can tank it. Damn! Those are gonna take forever to kill. But I wanna kill them before I do the boss, especially this guy with the hood. He's the annoying one. What's my cooldown? 9 seconds. That's a lot of cooldown. Oh damn. He's doing a lot of damage. Even with all the damage reduction I'm stacking, it's just too much damage to handle. So, perfect example of an enemy you can't face tank. Even if you stack up shit tons of HP regen and damage reduction. Let's see the boss now. Should be a bit easier when it's just him. But again, I need to keep staying next to this boss, and that's dangerous because he does that AoE, one-shot AoE spell. But the biggest problem would be the poison fields, the ones that he casts and the ones that the map itself keeps spawning. No, phew, survived that. Kind of very bad placement there on that thing. Okay, I'm gonna... Fuck. Don't die now, don't die now. I think we've got this. Okay. Let's go boot and end this map. I can go back to the summoner, I guess. So Necro is back. And he wants to join. Is this a public game? And now, do I want to go for the summoner? Necro wants to join, let me invite him. But yeah, definitely with the trap build, there's more to be desired. The summoner build, I'm kinda squishy the way I play it, cause it's super offensive right now. I haven't taken even the Queen's Wrath. Oh, actually, that's the second version. That's the version of the build that I don't normally play. But let's play with that version. Let's show you how this one is. I don't think there's anything that I can take to make it better. Just take some more HP. So, with this version you don't use deadly tips and you use Tireless Guardians. And it's tricky because you have to make sure you're dodging through the Tireless Guardian thingies. Cooldowns increased, definitely not a good one. Oh, I don't have money, so I have to start this one. Sandstorms on the ground, I'm gonna be dying here. Sandstorms on the ground spells me dying often with this squishy setup. Even with 290,000 HP. So for this build to work well, I have to keep a rotation. on when I'm dodging through to regenerate energy to keep this buff up. Shit, I'm gonna die. Need my pets to heal me. As I said, sandstorms means I'm gonna be dying a lot. Just can't be escaped. But I don't have gold to roll for better maps. And this is what I don't like, having to spend too much gold to roll for maps. So hopefully they rework it to have a way of doing this without spending gold, the way you can do with invasions and other modes. But yeah, this is the weaker version of the summoner build. It's just super situational and you have to be very good with the dodges. And you have to know when to regenerate energy so you can get that buff rolling and you can keep that extra 400% damage. And it's just difficult, it's difficult to play this. And yet again, when I go on the summoner, the game throws me and gives me counter map modifiers with damage over time fields. This is the worst thing to play on a summoner build, because on a summoner build you want to stay back in one place and let the summons do the killing. But when there's damage over time field spawning, you can't do that, because you have to constantly be moving. And the game just keeps trolling me. I don't have money to keep rolling my maps. So there should be a way to pick your map modifiers, not the game just giving you some random ones. It should be kind of like in Wolsen, you can select and build yourself a map, and the same way you have it on what's its name, Last Epoch. You can kind of pick certain modifiers when you're doing monuments. Because right now what all I'm doing is dying and resurrecting and dying and resurrecting. And it's nice to get a map that that's not gonna be a hard counter for me, so you can see a bit more damage stacking up. Alright, I'm gonna try and find the boss and finish the map quickly, because otherwise if I stay in one place this happens. Let's fuck this map, I'm gonna start a new one. The damage is just very badly balanced. I've been saying that some map modifiers just don't get balanced well. Well, fuck it, I don't have money to reroll. And this is cooldowns I reduced when we take damage. It's the only one I've got though. So now maybe an invasion, because I don't have money to roll for something that's not an invasion. What's this? When a hero uses potion, their health is permanently reduced. Armor permanently reduced. I don't want to do this. This sucks. Alright, let's do expedition. I don't want to do an invasion map with those annoying modifiers. So expedition it is. Alright, let's keep moving. Oh wait, did it go inside the map without asking to join? Can't join on ah fuck, this game. That's I've never done expeditions in a team, so I didn't know this is like that. Alright, let's see, have I got some gold to just go and leave the area? That's super weird, not being able to join others in expeditions. And you can't start a relic hunt without money. Well, it's gonna have to be an invasion then. Let's do this one. This one is an invasion with relic chest, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's the only invasion that has a relic chest at the end. And after this I'm gonna go back to my other summoner build, cause I'm just better than that one. Alright, keep dodging. But yeah, if anyone has some games that they wanna suggest, I'm looking for something new to play, because I'm so bored and disappointed of the current games I've got in my library. I'm looking for some good games that are free to play or have free testing, that are not buy to play or buy to test, just because I can't afford right now buying games. But yeah, open to suggestions regardless of genre, as long as it's not an MMORPG and that requires a lot of time invested to even do something, then I'm open to suggestions, regardless whether it's a shooter or a hack and slash or no, I'd avoid sport and racing games because I'm just not good at those as well. But yeah, it could be a regular RPG, something like Witcher style RPG, or it could be hack and slash like this one, or it could be a shooter. Trading card games, I'm bad at those, so another thing I would avoid playing trading card games. I like them, but I'm so bad at them that I just can't enjoy them. Although I used to love playing Magic the Gathering. The first Magic the Gathering PC game back in the day, it was something super new to me. But I was that little that I used to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! As a trading card. That's how little I was, like probably 10, 11 years old or 12 years old when the first Magic the Gathering game came out on PC. Alright, we've got money to roll for some relics. Warframe, oh, phew. Just hearing that game makes me wanna puke. Every time I play Warframe, I'm just surprised how grindy and how punishing and annoying the game is. It's definitely not good for new players. Yeah, if you've been playing for ages, it's fine. I was playing Warframe since the closed beta days. I used to play Warframe back in the day when it wasn't what it is right now, and I've been coming back after the big updates, after the first open zone, after the second open zone, and it's just too grindy for my taste. Too grindy, especially for a free-to-play player. But that's a good suggestion, definitely not a bad one. Fits the bill. Oh, if you haven't played in 2 years, there's a lot of new content. Was it Uriat? Was Uriat the second zone? I forgot what the name was of that second zone. I think Uriat was the first zone and the second was something else. But this second zone that came like a year ago or so, I revisited it with some of my IRL buddies. And we played with them, but I quit it in under a week again. I don't know, it just felt too grindy. It required too much of my time to even achieve anything. And it felt so repetitive that it's just boring. You're doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over. You're killing the same enemies, you're running the same maps. And it's just not what I think it should have been. Destiny is nice. Destiny is nice, but again, Destiny for a free-to-play player is super limited. And the worst thing is I had Destiny pre-ordered back when it was in Blizzard, and now I don't have access to the expansions unless I buy them. I'm not a big fan of that because unless I buy the expansions, I'm not gonna have access to the good items that come with those expansions. And I'm not gonna be able to get far in Destiny if I start playing it right now as a free-to-play player without buying all the DLCs and everything. It's not a bad game, but it's actually a pretty good game. It's just not for a free-to-play player. But I did get a new SSD, which I still haven't mounted on my PC, because every time I open up my PC box, all my voice chat and everything gets fucked up. I don't know why, but every time I open my PC box, my sound card settings and voice meter and Discord sound settings and streaming sound settings get messed up and reset to default. But I did get a new Gigabyte Aorus Generation 4 NVMe SSD, 1TB, which I wanna check. I wanna install it. Maybe I can install it this weekend. I can open up my PC box and install it. And my main reason for not installing Destiny before was I didn't have enough storage, but now having that extra 1 gigabyte SSD together with my other half a gigabyte SSD, definitely enough for Destiny to be there. Where is the healer? There should be a healer somewhere, I'm not seeing it. But this game definitely needs a pet attack button. You can see now that there's no fields, poison fields, bleeding fields, sandstorms on the ground. I'm surviving much more. And as soon as my pets focus the same target, the enemy is toasted. As soon as all my pets are attacking the same target. But as I said, this build can't receive as much damage as the other. Deadly Tips much easier to play compared to the other version. Compared to Tireless Guardians. So right now I've got that extra 400% damage, 2 times 200. Now I've got it again for a few seconds. So right now my summons, half of them are attacking the throw, the other half are attacking the Chaosbane. And I can't tell them kill the Chaosbane, then kill the throw afterwards. The only thing I can do is resummon the enemies next to the summons next to the enemy and hope that they would attack it. Sometimes it works like just now, sometimes it doesn't. Ah, fuck. Oh, did we both die at the same time? Unlucky, unfortunate. Alright, now I can just stay in one place and get my summons to do the job. Ah, wow. Both of us dead at the same time when the boss died. Yeah, I'm gonna switch my build to the other one. And again, as soon as there was poison fields on the ground, there's me dying. What happened here? So many enemies, so difficult to tell my pets to attack the champion. There should be a script in the pet setup to focus champions and bosses. Even if they don't make a pet attack button, at least make some sort of AI changes to focus high HP targets. Okay, I'm gonna switch my passives now. Just need to do this reset. This and this and this and this, and now wait, one thing is missing. There we go. That's the damage version. So with this one I'm using that one, and the passives that I'm missing are this one and this one. And I've got 4 more points. If I want, I can just do it like that for extra energy gain. Now, another cooldown reduction map. Another cooldown reduction. See, this is actually a typo. It says enemies cooldown are reduced when they take damage. That's not enemies, it's players cooldowns are reduced when they take damage. So someone might end up getting mistaken. Mu Legends is terrible, by the way. Such a pay-to-win, pay-to-progress game. I played it back when the servers opened. I played in the open beta, Mu Legends, and I within a few hours reached the end game. So on day 1 I was able to reach the end game, and I was so disappointed from the type of end game and the the daily dungeon limit and all of that. I mean, it has the annoying MMO systems with daily dungeon limits, and of course you can pay to skip some of the limitations. And I mean, Koreans are known for pay to win. Korean, Chinese games, those countries are known for blatantly uh, including pay to win in their games, because most of the gamers from those countries are are big on spending on pay to win games. If people didn't spend on pay to win stuff, the games would get bankrupt and they would learn their lesson and not include pay to win in their games. But of course people are greedy to be stronger than the others, because they have deeper pockets, and the developers keep making games like that. If I had a good proxy server that doesn't limit um, my download and upload speeds, I would be playing maybe just to show it every now and then, Lost Ark. I do have an account in the Russian Lost Ark servers, but I can't play it with a free VPN. The free VPNs are limited and I can't stream and play it. I can play it, but as soon as I start streaming, I don't have enough bandwidth on the VPN. This Chaos 9 might be a bit not worth doing. Maybe we can switch to Chaos 8 so we can run them faster. Or I can change my character. I can go back to some of the other characters. I can go to my Kiwa as well. I haven't played Kiwa today, so after this map I can probably just switch characters. I can go to my melee Kiwa, so things would run a little bit smoother. It's not gonna be as much damage as Bragi, but it's still good damage when I do Kiwa. Aha! Because right now I can't stop to do damage. As soon as I stop I die from some sort of damage over time field. This is why I don't like Zinj. All those tight places, hallways, there's not much room to dodge attacks. And there's damage over time from everywhere. There's self-homing missiles that are just homing in on the players, and yeah. How to aim enemies. Aim bot enemies. But Mu Legend definitely had some fun gameplay, some fun classes and skills, but it was kind of ruined by the in-game shop. Oh, this is gonna be difficult. I'm gonna pull the enemies to the side, kill them, and then do the boss afterwards. I think that's the only way to play this. Because when there's so many enemies, I can't kill the boss because my summons can't focus the boss. If my summons can't focus the boss, we're not doing damage. At least I'm not doing damage. Is this... no, there's no portals. So at one point the enemies should stop spawning. Just need to clean them up a bit. Right, I think most of them are dead now. We can focus the boss. Wow. Did not expect this. See, another thing, those bosses don't have cooldowns on their skills. So you can see he's making a whirlpool, a blue whirlpool AoE field on the ground. Then next he's making another 3 of them in like less than a second. Then he's making another 2 or 3 of them. So that's another imbalanced part of the game. And that's not right. They should have some sort of a cooldown on their abilities. Sometimes I've seen the boss spamming the one that stuns, that's like on the side, where he's lifting his foot. This one. I've seen him spamming that 6 times in a row. So they definitely need to add some cooldowns to the boss abilities. Do I even have the healing skill? Yeah, I have the healing and I'm not seeing it proccing and healing me. But again, my gear is legacy gear. I don't have the new gear with HP drain. If I had health drain gear, maybe I would be able to survive a bit more if my summons are doing damage and healing me. But the problem is my summons are getting wrecked from those AoE fields on the ground. They don't have much HP. Maybe just the big one has, but yeah. Damage reduction stats for the players don't get up quite on the summons, and maybe they should. He's so close to dying. He's trying to make the pets attack him and I can stay on the side. Fuck! Ah, man. This is so annoying. Some of the enemies are just OP and that's it. And the worst is we're dying at the same time. And this is something we can't time it. We can't time our deaths. If we could, I would be timing my deaths, but I can't. So yeah, I'm gonna go on my melee less after this. Melee, not less, melee Kiwa. Sometimes I don't see on the side the enemy, which direction he's facing, in which direction he's gonna do the skill. I think we've got it now. Final rotation. No! I'm gonna try and spawn quickly. No. This is just taking forever. If I had Bragi or Kiwa or Eontir here, it definitely would have been dead 10 times by now. Okay, now all I need to do is just not die. I just shouldn't die now. And Necro is up, so that's fine. Well, finally, finally, we finally got this one. This took forever though. Exit whack is okay, but it's paid, and I can't afford to pay for anything right now, because as you know, I don't have income. So any anything is kind of too much for me. But yeah, Lost Ark is fun, but it's a bit too much of an MMO. Lost Ark is a bit too much of an MMO for me. It requires a lot of time invested, but it's fun to play it every now and then if you're not trying to be the best and to be competitive. I definitely am not a big fan of games that have PvP if they are looter games. I think PvP should stay in shooters and in games that are balanced. In games where the gear that you get from PvE decides the PvP and vice versa, it's not well balanced. I mean, if I wanna be playing PvP, I definitely don't think I need to be made to grind PvE gear, and if I wanna PvP, I definitely want to just be able to get my best PvP items just from doing PvP. And the same goes for PvE. I think PvE gear should be always obtained through PvE, not through PvP. And in games like Lost Ark, from what I know, gear is very important, and you can't have a player that is in day 1 be on the same footing as a player who's on day 600, for example, or 300. Whereas games like Counter-Strike or like Overwatch, everyone has equal opportunities. New player, new account has the same opportunity as an old player. Of course, an old player would have experience and would know the skills and tactics and everything, but they have the access to the exact same power on the heroes, and this is balanced. And when I'm quickly gonna change hero, by the way, and when gear takes this to another level, when you need better gear to be stronger in games with PvP. Oh shit. My bad, I should not have taken this campaign. But yeah, when gear gives you power in PvP, it's just too overpowered and it's not good for new players, not noob friendly. And of course, I've heard that Lost Ark has pay to win, which people are calling pay to progress, but to progress is just the egoistic players or the ego-driven players, the egocentric players' way of masking pay to win. It is pay to win. It gives you an advantage. It lets you skip through hours and hours and hours and hundreds of hours of grinding. It is pay to win. Call it pay to progress, call it pay to suck my dick, call it whatever, but it is total bullshit. I'm definitely not a fan of this system that allows you advantage over others by paying for it. It just doesn't belong in competitive games. If it's a PV grinder, Okay, let me invite you, Necro. And yeah, I've read so many comments about Lost Ark not being paid to win and being paid to progress or paid to skip ahead. But yeah, that's just another way of masking the pay to win as not pay to win. Oh, I'm on the wrong character, yeah. Shit, sorry. Sorry. I just noticed what you mean by the wrong character. Just realized what you meant by I'm on the wrong character. But that doesn't mean Lost Ark is not fun. If you don't try to be competitive and if you don't try to do PvP, if PvP is not necessary to get good loot, if you only win cosmetics from PvP, that's fine. But the moment you start winning things that are useful for the PvE in the PvP mode, then you start having some sort of a disbalance for the PvE players, for the Care Bears. Alright, let me switch to my melee set first. I want the melee set. Melee. Which one was the melee set? This one. I'm gonna need my corroder, my rock splitter, mountain pendant, rings. Rock splitter, corroder, gromreel, granite, and mountain pendant. Alright, let's do it like that. I don't have goat, so let's do this one. What I like in regards to how PvP and PvE separation is done is Guild Wars. Guild Wars 2 had an amazing separation of the PvP items and the PvE items. And this is how I think it should be. Wait, what am I missing? Something's happening. I can't... Oh fuck, my build is wrong. My build is wrong. I think I've been experimenting with some weird build. Let me quickly check. Oh shit, I was playing Morgrim's build here. Yeah. That's not my usual build. My usual build would be with move mountains. Well, let's play with this build until the end. But definitely not my typical melee build. Alright, root foxes, see you later. So it's that kind of build I've got right now. That's Chaos 9, okay, just wanted to make sure it's not something more or less. So with this one I definitely need more green items. I didn't have enough time to farm that many back when I played a few weeks ago. Definitely could use a better corroder. I do have a green corroder, but it's not better than my red one. That's why I'm not using it. And for accessories, as I said earlier in the stream, accessories are probably the slowest one to farm. The hardest one to get a good row on, because they don't drop as often as the other gear. So you're gonna be spending much more time getting a good accessory than getting a good weapon or a good offhand or even armors. And I never was able to make a jet stream build that works well. The damage just doesn't feel okay. I mean, I tried making some builds that are centered around using the jet stream. Just couldn't make them that great. A good concept as a setup maybe for farming some of the easier difficulties, but the damage definitely was whacking when I tested jet stream builds. The archetype ability, this one. Actually, I don't have heat built up, but the one where you're pressing spacebar and it's making that steam spray. That's the one I'm talking about. Okay, we have two people with corroder. That's. I wonder if it stacks. If we have two corroding circles at the same time on the boss, whether that's gonna be extra double the bonus damage. By the way, as a melee build, the most overpowered Kiowa setup right now is something similar to what I'm using. So the only thing you need is okay, I'm gonna do it in the town. I'm gonna show you in the town which the strong one is. You need HP drain. You need this skill, excavation, regardless whether it's 1, 2 or 3. Doesn't matter. And you need that extra fire damage passive. I may not be using it right now though, that extra fire damage passive. But with the fire damage passive, you're kind of almost unkillable, almost, because the health drain is this high that you're kind of gonna be face tanking everything just by holding the left mouse button. So the skill is the passive skill you need. This one, mechanical hits mastered. So mechanical hits mastered. Alright, Necro, see you later. So mechanical hits mastered together with excavation. It's just OP. I'm gonna quickly change the build because that's not the build I like to play. So I'm removing mechanical hits. And I'm removing excavation. Actually, I'm gonna keep excavation because I don't like the other skills. And welcome back to Root Foxes. So I can't remember what else I had. I had this cooldown reduction, I think, which is the same as taking this cooldown reduction, and then I had this Engineer of War, and that's my build. And now I want this one here, this one there. I'm not sure if I was using this here, I can't remember. Boosting your Zane to 57. Have you tried the official Discord channel? There's definitely a lot of people who can do boss hunting and boost you. On Grave Ward. Grave Ward is great for boosting. Another place that I like boosting people is the Cistern of Slaughter on Mayhem 3. Actually not... Yeah, actually the Cistern of Slaughter, yeah. The Cistern of Slaughter is pretty nice. So what else do I want? 29 points, that means I can add a lot of stuff. Not gonna get this. This for the damage reduction I've taken. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Maybe something like this. Damage reduction stacking, and then I don't remember if that was my melee build, but I'm trying to do something like my melee build from my videos. Maybe I was using the explosive rush that maybe I was using this, or was I using this? Yeah, that was the one. Come on, stop trolling me, game. What's the time? 6 PM. I can probably do another 2 hours and then go have some dinner. Sandstorms appear on the ground. Let's see if we can survive this. The trash place in DLC 1. What do you mean by trash place in DLC 1? DLC 1 is the... Do you mean the Handsome Jackpot DLC? Okay, not enough damage reduction, I guess. Why is my energy that bad? Something's happened to my build and the energy I've got is just terrible. Come on, die, die, die. He's not dying. Nasty healers, there we go. This is my favorite build. It's not as OP as the one I played earlier. It's not as immortal as the one I played earlier, but it's more fun. Oh, I can power level where the Claptrap boss is. I heard about that. I heard that there's a way to get him to respawn without exiting the game. There was like some sort of glitch where you could get the Claptrap boss to respawn without quitting and relogging. But I've never tested it. But yeah, it's probably super good XP with the Claptrap boss. Well, I can after I end my stream, I can log in and power level you for a bit. I can go on my corrosive build. Are you on Mayhem 4 or Mayhem 3? Mayhem 3 probably is gonna be okay XP, and it's gonna be much faster compared to Mayhem 4. That's gonna be more XP but a bit slower to clear. I think the best XP should be Grave Ward. Grave Ward kills should be better. If you can solo kill Grave Ward quickly. I mean, you have to be able to kill Grave Ward in like 30-20 seconds or so. Up to a minute, I think it's acceptable. But the way power leveling is done, you do it without the XP scaling. So, for example, I'm killing level 57 enemies, you're seeing the enemies as level 57, not as your level, which is 41, 42 or whatever level you said you are. That's how you do it in classic wood, not on the one that's chaos. So for anything other than power leveling, of course you're using the standard looting. But you need to be in a team, of course. Otherwise, if I'm fighting level 57 enemies and you're level 40, you're gonna be seeing level 40 enemies and fighting level 40 enemies on your side. Which is great, but not when you're power leveling. When you're power leveling, you want the Wobby to be seeing the high level enemies and getting the XP, of course, from them. And that's why people do Grave Ward, because Grave Ward is a boss that doesn't have phases that walk them invulnerable like the other bosses. So he doesn't have that invulnerable walking phase. The Claptrap boss probably is nice because it's still gonna give good XP, and then there's all those little robots that can give good XP. I've never tested it and I never even thought about doing it myself. But we can try it. Let's do another 45 minutes of this and then I can go do some Borderlands off stream. You're probably gonna have to add me on shift though. And wasting time, nice to see you, good afternoon to you too. It's kind of evening, early evening here. Nice to see you again, how have you been, dude? And yeah, Root, no worries, I can just end my stream earlier and then help you a little bit of Borderlands. And tomorrow I can stream some Borderlands and we can play together some level 57 item farming. I'm gonna have to look into which items I want to know which enemies to farm. But basically there is one spot that you can farm for a wood thing. A wood thing that can spawn on this spot. And you can just keep rewogging, killing a boss there and killing the wood thing. In the second DLC if you've got it. I still haven't found in Borderlands 3 in the new DLC which items I really need from the new ones. I think I've got almost all of them. But I'm kind of low on storage space. At the moment in Borderlands 3 I have problems with the storage space. They gave us 300 storage space with one of the updates. And they were supposed to give us more with the others, and now the second DLC is out and they were promising to be giving us more bank space with every paid DLC, and they didn't keep that promise. And 300 storage space is not enough for me. Maybe it's enough for others, but definitely not enough for me, because I'm struggling. Excessium, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. Nice to have you here. Shit, I'm gonna have to dodge. I'm gonna go and kill the other enemies first, and then kill the boss separately. But yeah, back when they increased the storage space of the bank from I think 50 to 300, they said this is the first of a series of increases of the storage space. And I think that increase came with the handsome jackpot, and they were saying that with each paid DLC we're gonna be getting some more bank space. I think it's not the bank space that needs to increase, I think it's the player backs. The player backs, if I remember, is 40. Maybe make them 60, 70, why not 80? I mean, for fuck's sake, it's a wooter game. Borderlands 3 in its core, it's a wooter shooter wooter, which means you want to be farming many versions of the same item. Maybe I want this weapon in corrosive, I want this weapon in cryo, maybe I want this weapon in shock as well. Maybe I want this shield in shock and I want this shield in incendiary, depending on different builds. Maybe I want this shield with this anointment, but I also want it in that anointment. I don't even understand why they can't do it like Warframe and not having any limit to the storage. I know that's a lot of database and hosting is expensive. Probably. I don't think it's that expensive. When I worked in a hosting company, dedicated server hosting was not that expensive, and we had big customers. We had big US customers, some big corps there with their dedicated servers, and it's expensive to a consumer, but to a company that earned billions of dollars in less than a couple of weeks of sales, it's definitely not gonna be that expensive to just have some more bank space to their players. So I think Gearbox can definitely afford to just get rid of the limits. It could be expensive for me to afford the hosting or to an everyday Joe, but to a company like Gearbox it's just pennies. Having some extra storage for their players. Shit, he's healing so much. I think those fields, those sandstorms might be healing him. It's always been difficult to tell how this boss sometimes regenerates HP. Alright, he's dead, finally. One of the tougher boss fights for the end of map boss. Let's see where my chest is. But yeah, Gearbox made $1 billion in week 1 or maybe week 2 after the launch back in September. There was an article posted. So they can definitely afford stuff. And storage space, it's not something that takes ages to add as coding. It's not like adding new features and voicing over new story DLCs and stuff. I know development takes time, but I think adding extra storage or removing the storage limit is not something that would take that much time. It's probably gonna take, what, a month if a single developer is working on it to make some sort of script, maybe less. And if they already increased the storage, they might as well just need to change some numbers. They were making money of the EchoCast? How are they making money of the EchoCast? Twitch paying them? Because I don't think people pay. At least I don't know whether players or streamers pay. I know I don't pay to use the EchoCast extension. It's free. Do you mean Twitch paying them? Or I think it should be actually Gearbox paying Twitch. So all that money went to Randy. Oh, Randy. And what, the developers didn't get paid as much? It's the first time I'm hearing this. Thank you for the news. I haven't fact checked it, so can't say whether it's true. But it's an interesting thing to hear if the developers didn't get paid as much as they were promised. Oh, the cheer money for the Moxie buff. So that's a new thing. That's a new thing that I've never myself experienced, both as a player and as a streamer, and as a viewer. And Excessium, I'm glad that you've enjoyed my Chaosbane guides. If you have something that you want to ask, some sort of build info, or you want to see some build in action, or maybe some suggestions of how to make a character around a specific set, hit me up. Even if I'm offline, you can hit me on Discord and send me a private message, and I can reply whenever I log in. Okay, let's do another map. Not against sandstorms. I don't want sandstorms. Right, let's do this one. So now they've added something for people to pay. I didn't know that there's a system to pay for cheering with the Moxie stuff. I need to actually start watching a stream that has this enabled to see how it looks on the viewer side. Because it's been a while since I've watched the official Borderlands streams. I used to love watching some of the Borderlands official streamers, especially Tess. Tess Achke, she's a chill player, always chill on her streams. She's definitely not arrogant, it's quite the opposite, very humble streamer. That's the streamers I like. I don't like watching the arrogant meta streamer that thinks he's the best, and he probably is the best, But when I see someone like that, that has that huge ego, I definitely don't like it. I mean, he could be the best player, but I don't really care whether the person I'm watching is the best player, as long as he's behaving and he's not like with that bloated ego, or she. But I haven't seen many female players like that, but male streamers like that, plenty, especially in shooter games, especially in competitive shooter games. So yeah, Tess Achka probably my favorite Borderlands 3 streamer. And Monster, Eddie Monster, such a great Borderlands 3 streamer. Always the positive energy there. I mean, with this guy, probably if you watch him on a bad day, he's gonna make you feel good. He keeps that energy going. Melissa Lenti, I don't even know who this is. Ah, the voice of Mouse, nice. I find it weird why Mouse is supposed to be a mixture between a Russian and Arabic and something like that, but then she speaks with a perfect American accent. Like, it's interesting. Like, she's supposed to be Vladov, which you know are kind of the Russians, and her name, you see, she has some sort of Middle Eastern Arabic part in the name. So it's like a mixture, but maybe she's one quarter this, one quarter that, one quarter that. Oh, speaking of the voice acting of Tyreen, Tyreen for me sounds much older than the character. It sounds like a 40-year-old lady voicing over Tyreen. There was always this disconnection. I was hearing the voice of a 40-year-old woman while I'm looking at a 20-something millennial character. It felt disconnected to me, but that's something I don't really care about much. But I know many people probably might have found it annoying. For me, as long as the story was nice, I didn't care whether the character sounded its age or not. But the voice actress, I'm not sure how old she is, she just sounds very mature. It's the same voice actress for Mose and for Tyreen. Really? I'm telling you, Tyreen definitely sounds older, at least to me. To me, uh, Tyreen sounds older than her character, voice-wise. It's probably just my ears hearing it like that. Most sounds fine. To me, Mo sounds fine. I was just expecting her to have some sort of Eastern European or Middle Eastern accent because of her name. Because of the character's name and background. But I guess many people in the US hate Russian-speaking people. There's always been that hatred between Russia and America and so on, and vice versa. So probably having one of the main characters speaking with a Russian or Middle Eastern accent would have hurt the sales of the game. I mean, we gotta be honest. It might sound racist, but that's how it is. That's how those countries are. They hate each other. Most of the Russians I've spoken to, and Russian adjacent countries that used to be in the USSR, they hate Americans, and Americans hate Russians. It's always been like that. Most of them, I'm not saying 100%, but most of them are like that. So it definitely would have hurt the sales if probably they went for a... Like, for example, imagine Marcus. Marcus and his accent, I can see this guy being someone from Vladov. And I love it when I hear a variety of non-English country accents. Like there's definitely been some French accents in Borderlands 3, and there's been a variety of characters. That's what I like. There's a plethora of fun-sounding characters in the game, but the main ones have mostly been from apart from what was it, Salvador? Was Salvador the Gunzerker that had like a Spanish accent? Apart from him, most of them were from some sort of English native language accents, kind of. But I love it when the developers are bold and make their main characters have some weird accents, some European or Asian or Middle Eastern accents or African accents. Like in Wosen the King. I'm loving that African accent. I'm not sure from which country it is, but the king in Wosen definitely big ups for having that guy there voicing over the character. You hate Ava? Well, Ava is that character that probably has a lot in store for her in the future. She was the character that was needed. She needed to learn through her mistakes, getting others killed due to her mistakes, so she can grow as a character. I understand I'm super sad about the characters that died in Borderlands 3. I'm not gonna spoil to people who haven't completed the story and don't know who died and who didn't. But Ava kind of needed to do that to grow as a character. I probably think that there might have been some ways to avoid all the deaths, but Borderlands is famous from killing off major characters. So, like Roland in Borderlands 2 not bringing his shield, rookie mistake, you know, not taking his shield. So Ava probably is gonna have a lot of more screen time in some of the future DLCs. Maybe in Borderlands 4 if they make it. I definitely would want to see her character develop in some sort of a time jump. Let's say they jump 5-6 years in the future, and Ava is probably... I don't want to spoil too much, so I'm not gonna finish this sentence. But yeah, Ava taking on the responsibility she inherited at the end of the game, let's say. And living up to it. The story has been a blast. The Borderlands 1, 2, 3 story has been a blast, but of course 3 definitely doesn't feel as epic as 1 and 2 with the Handsome Jack story. It's because Handsome Jack is hard to beat as a character, as a villain. He's probably one of my favorite antagonists in a game. Hell, even some movies don't have good antagonists. I can't wait for the Borderlands movie. And I'm wondering if it's gonna be CGI movie or whether it's gonna be uh, live action movie, the Borderlands movie. I know there is gonna be one, I just don't know what kind it will be. But yeah, Handsome Jack, one of the best villains ever in a game. I mean, there's probably a lot more, just from the games I've played, he's one of the best. There's probably a lot more from other games. Oh shit, now it's 3 of them in the same place. That's gonna hurt me. I need to probably stick to turrets for now. I also want to see Mechromancer. I want to see Mechromancer, and we had the Mechromancer in the new DLC. Not as a playable character, just as a character that's taking us through the story. I also want to see a DLC with Krieg. They already said they're not gonna be adding new characters. They're not gonna be adding new characters, they're just gonna be improving the 4 ones. Fwak, Mose, Amara, and Zane. It's a shame. I do want to see a DLC or a mod that allows us to play with the Borderlands 2 heroes. I want to be able to play with the ones that are alive at least. Oh shit, I should not have said that. I want to be able to play with Gage. I want to be able to play with Greek. I want to be able to play with Salvador. It's just gonna be fun to have some sort of mod or some sort of weird DLC that lets you play the old characters and their skill trees, maybe reworked skill trees in the new game. But they were great characters to play, especially Maya. Maya was such a fun character to play in Borderlands 2. And Krieg, man, Krieg. I haven't played much Krieg, but when I did play it shortly before the launch of Borderlands 3, I just went back to Borderlands 2 and I tested Krieg for the first time. Man, he was fun. He was so fun to play. The melee Krieg. And I wanna see him in the story. I wanna see more of him in the story in Borderlands, in one of the DLCs. There was in the I think the Borderlands Discord, someone suggested for a DLC that we go inside Krieg's head. Like we go inside the mind of Krieg and something like that. This is what was suggested. And I read one of the official posts in the Borderlands Twitter, I think, or Discord server. Someone in the official posts was mentioning this. So maybe they actually decided to make it a DLC like that. Or maybe someone just managed to guess it and there actually was a real DLC in the works that is like that. If something like this becomes true, it's gonna be amazing. A DLC that takes you in the Psycho's mind. And it's gonna be some weird shit going on there, I guess. Just imagine this. We all know that unofficially, Krieg and Maya are the couple. They may not have officially been confirmed as a couple as far as I know, but all the fans have been shipping them together. Let's not say all, but let's say most of the fans. But Krieg is definitely a fun character. The Mechromancer and the Psycho were such great additional content for Borderlands 2. Definitely worth the buy back then. Of course, the Handsome Collection was the one you wanted to have if you were a Borderlands 2 player and you could buy it. To anyone who hasn't played Borderlands 2, it's still a great game to play just for the story. If you wanna go through the story, play all the DLCs. Sometimes on Steam sales you can have such a great bargain on buying the Handsome Collection that includes all the DLCs. Definitely still worth the buy. It may not be with Unreal 3 or Unreal 4, graphics. It would be with the older Unreal 3 engine, but it's still looking good for as old as the game is. The pre-sequel was not that great, yeah, but I've also played it. I've not completed the pre-sequel, I just couldn't finish it. I don't know, it got boring to me super quickly and I never finished it. Um, so probably shame on me for not finishing it. But as we all know, the pre-sequel is not the greatest of Borderlands games. I enjoyed it to a certain extent, but I don't know, it felt somehow boring. Maybe I was not in the right mindset when I played the pre-sequel, and I was just looking for another game. I think back then when I played the pre-sequel, I was kind of bored of shooters in general. That's why I probably didn't finish it. Maybe I need to give it another go and reinstall it and just play it some time and complete it. Even if it's just for the story, just once. But I really don't know the full story of it. Some people really didn't find Borderlands 3 really compelling writing wise. I enjoyed it. I mean, yeah, it wasn't as good as Borderlands 1 and 2, because well, no handsome Jack and all, but it was okay. And nowadays, okay is kind of enough for a game to be successful. And Borderlands, even if it was trash, it still would have made millions of dollars on day one and on week one, just because it's a Borderlands title, and just because of the immense amount of exposure it got from streamers and from press and whatever. It just did so many things right. It's the game that did multiplayer co-op in the best way I've ever seen it done. The scaling, the way it's done in Borderlands 3 is the best. Every single shooter, such as hack and slash games like this one, needs to adopt this system. Where you're high level, you're playing with a low level, you're seeing the exact same enemy as your low level friend at your level, and your low level friend is seeing this same enemy at his level. Where else do you have this? Sometimes there is scaling of the low level enemy to be low level for the high level but still give XP, or vice versa. But the way it's done here, everyone is seeing the enemy around their level, everyone is getting wood around their level regardless of that. And this is great. You can still do the classic mode where I can be fighting max level enemies and level 1 character would be seeing the max level enemies. You can still do that for power leveling, but if you want the other version, it's still fine. And I think games that are hack and slash RPGs could benefit from such a system the most. It's just a perfect system for a hack and slash game. And yeah, indeed, Borderlands is all about the wood. It's a shooter wooter, of course. It's in the genre, the same way Diablo 1 and 2, and I'm not sure whether Diablo 3 story is that great, but Diablo 1 and 2 had a great story. But in the end, people kept playing after the story for the wood for thousands of hours, just grinding. And the same goes for Path of Exile. Every season, people return not for the story, not to see what's gonna happen with the new chapter, what the game is gonna do, where it's gonna take them, but they do it for the new type of content, for the new type of builds and wood that opens up, just to see what the new meta is. It is in the core of those games, looting and farming. And just a moment, I need to give my pet some food. Sky? Alright, there we go. So Root Foxes, you wanted some power leveling help. I can probably help you after this map. Or maybe after 2-3 more maps. So it's 6:47. I'm gonna go until 7 in the evening, then I can go and power level you up, and then I can go and have dinner. And we'll see if I'm gonna stream later tonight. But I'm gonna do a few more maps and then stop the stream and help you with some Borderlands power leveling. I'm not sure how we add each other. You might wanna look for Struck, capital S, TLF, capital TLF. In Shift. That's my Shift ID. Shift Shift nickname. Wait, what bursted me? Sandstorms? Fuck it, I'm not gonna do sandstorms now. And I'm sick of doing this act. I wanna be doing Act 5 maps or Act 2. Please give me Act 5 or Act 2. Act 2. Alright, Pools of Blood. I'm probably gonna be dying a lot on this map. But at least it's not Act 5 again. So Act 6 actually is what I wanted. Act 6, the new act, or this one. This one is by far the easiest act you can get. And again, I'm not playing the meta build where you are immortal, but it's the most fun build on Kiwa for me. This melee build compared to the other melee build where you barely lose HP from all the wife leech. Come on, enemy, die. Oh yeah, I'm gonna accept the friend request once I log in. Hopefully it shows up there in the game. Ooh, wow, that explosion definitely hurt me. Right, turret build. Actually, this is not a turret build, but it still uses turrets. I think all of my keyword builds I like to play use the turrets one way or another. For the duelist chain reaction, it's just great because it procs the duelist chain reaction. And it has low cooldown. So if you wanna keep that extra 400 crit damage up, spamming turrets is probably your go-to skill to do that. Boom, it's hammer time. And there we go. I can't wait for the non-disclosure agreement to be lifted in Torchlight 3 so I can start streaming it again and I can start making build videos for it. And I'm intentionally not playing it, so when the NDA is lifted I can actually get surprised. Otherwise it's gonna be so boring. Mati Aman or Mat Yaman. I'm not sure how where one word starts and where the other ends. But thank you very much for the follow, dude. Welcome to the Struck Club on Twitch. So hammer time, but as I was saying about Torchlight 3, Torchlight Frontiers as it used to be known, can't wait for the NDA to be lifted, and intentionally I'm not playing much of it, so that I can still get surprised when I go back to it when the NDA is lifted. I mean, I'm going back to it every now and then, but I haven't for quite some time. I was planning on doing it a week ago, but then I decided not to until maybe the next big update or so. But there's a lot of stuff from what I've read in the patch notes that would feel much different than before. In particular in the regards to how skills work and the new leveling caps. Level cap 60 is probably one of the best decisions they could make for Torchlight 3. Much better to have a max level 60 instead of max level 100. And leaving the door open for increasing the level with future updates and additions of new acts or frontiers after the game launches this I'm assuming winter. And it's still in alpha. Are they really gonna be able to launch this year if the game is still in alpha? Because beta needs at least 3 months, 2 months, 3 months of beta. And from the looks of it, the alpha would not be transitioning into beta at least for another 1 or 2 more months, maybe even more. But I think by the end of the year they can probably soft launch the game as an open beta. We'll see. Right now, Torchlight 3 is probably the game I'm most hyped about for a launch. Alright, probably last map, 6:54 PM here. After this I'm gonna stop the stream and go ahead and help you in Borderlands with some power leveling. And tomorrow maybe I can stream and we can do some co-op and farm some items for you and me. Because I don't have any level 57 items. I probably have 2 level 57, maybe 3 level 57 items from the old ones and just a few from the new ones. And definitely not with the good anointments and with good stats. So there's gonna be a lot of min-maxing. And this is one of the things about Borderlands that's kind of annoying right now. You need to spend hundreds of hours to get that perfect item. And then you need like 10 items or so, or 8 items in a build. And if you spend hundreds of hours on this one item and then hundreds on that one item, it's just too much time that many casual players don't have. Thankfully there's trading, and to make my build videos I have been getting some help from people who trade to give me some of the gear. One of the good things about Borderlands is that huge trading community back there. The downside is people are selling items for real money when trading is so open, and most of the items that are getting sold for real money are actually items that were crafted with some tools. I'm sure you can mod items. I've actually seen modded screenshots of modded items that do millions of damage. So there's some sort of way to modify the files of your save to give yourself some OP items. And I'm telling you, most of the items that are being sold for real money on different websites, eBay or whatever, for Borderlands 3 are duped items and items that were created with some sort of cheat engines or whatever. And it's sad that people would rather buy items online for a looter game that doesn't have any sort of competitive aspect, instead of even downloading the cheat themselves, which is still sad for people who do that, who download the cheat rather than farm it themselves or trade it with others. But there's that. As long as there's demand for something, there's always gonna be people doing it. The same way there were people spending $500 on a single item in Wosen in week 1, and people were selling those items for real money because people were actually offering $500 for that item. It's sad how far people would go to save themselves some farming time. So, unofficial pay to win. If there's some sort of winning in a game that doesn't have PvP. But yeah, in Borderlands, I'm pretty sure if someone Googles, they can probably find some gear that they don't even need to pay for. I sometimes, when I make my build videos, I upload my save files because I know how difficult sometimes it is to farm certain items. So when I farm a level 57 gear, or when I get them from some people with trading and make new build videos for 57, I'll definitely include the 57 items as a save uploaded for everyone who might need it to download it if they want the shortcut. It's just only fair. In a game like Borderlands, it's only fair if you upload a build video to include your save files instead of being greedy and selfish and just hoarding it for yourself. I've talked with some of my viewers on Discord actually about this, where they got a ton of shit from another YouTuber after asking. So there was this one YouTuber who contacted me, who wanted to do a co-op. He wanted us to do a video together. Like I would do a video, mention his channel, he would do a video, mention my channel. Of course I rejected politely, but he was telling me how he asked another YouTuber to upload their save files, and that other YouTuber told him to fuck off. And they kind of started some sort of war, beef, online beef, drama. And he could have just politely said that he doesn't like uploading his save files and came up with the reason, but he sort of kind of started arguing with the other guy. So thankfully this hasn't happened to me, but well, I guess people argue about shit like that online. So this is kind of nice. Insulation ring with cooldown and crit chance. I mean, a little bit of extra damage or life leech or HP would have been nice. But definitely a keeper. Still using a lot of red gear though. Alright, that's gonna be it for now, I guess, for today. So thanks everyone for tuning in. And root foxes, I can tell you later what I was talking about earlier just now about that YouTuber beef that two people were having, and one of them decided to tell me about. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Keep it cool until next time, and have fun. Goodbye.